In the quiet corners of history, there are stories not often told, stories shaped by human strength and human failure. This is one of those stories the accounts we share now reach back through time to reveal moments that changed the world. Let us begin by travelling into a past long forgotten yet still echoing into our present. In 1763, France held an empire spanning 5 continents. Yet merely 2 centuries later, that vast collection of territories had nearly disappeared, leaving only a few small islands and distant lands. The dramatic collapse of the French Empire stands as one of history's great tales of imperial decline. From the first voyage of Jacques Cartier in 1534 to the brutal Algerian War, ending in 1962, we will explore how France built the world's second largest colonial domain, controlling 8.6% of the planet's land, only to lose it in a chain of disastrous wars, revolutions and struggles for freedom that reshaped our modern era. While Spain and Portugal led early European expansion, France was eager to claim its portion of the New World's riches. In April 1534, the first major French expedition sailed as Jacques Cartier left Saint-Malo with 2 ships and about 60 men. King Francis I gave clear orders for this journey. Find gold, discover a route to Asia, and expand French power across the Atlantic, reaching the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Cartier found more than empty land. At Gaspe Bay, he met over 300 indigenous people from the region now called Quebec. This began a unique French way of engaging with native peoples. Unlike other Europeans who often use brute force, the French operated with smaller groups. This required more diplomacy with local populations. That first meeting set a pattern for generations of French colonial contact. When Cartier returned to France, he brought 2 sons of Chief Donnacona. They travelled not as prisoners, but as guests who would learn French and become interpreters. This cultural exchange, while flawed by today's standards, differed sharply from the violent methods of Spanish conquistadors. The next decades showed France would build empire differently than its rivals. While Spain sought precious metals through conquest and forced labour, French interests in North America turned to the fur trade. Beaver pelts became incredibly valuable in Europe, where they were made into fine hats and clothes for the wealthy. This trade shaped France's entire colonial plan. Instead of large settlements that displaced native people, the French built trading networks that relied on indigenous hunters and trappers. Independent French traders called coureurs des bois moved deep into the continent, often adopting native ways and forming family alliances through marriage. This eventually created the distinct Métis culture. Yet early French colonial dreams faced serious setbacks. A Huguenot attempt to build Fort Caroline in Florida in 1562 ended when Spanish forces killed almost all the colonists. Worse religious wars consumed France itself in the late 16th century, draining resources that could have supported colonies. Despite this, French contact with North America continued through seasonal settlements. Fishing fleets from Normandy and Brittany set up temporary bases in Newfoundland while traders kept small posts along the St. Lawrence. These humble starts hardly predicted the huge empire France would later control, but they gave crucial footholds on the continent. Not until 1627, with Cardinal Richelieu's company of 100 associates, did France seriously try to organise its colonial efforts in New France. Even then, the company struggled with money from the start, showing the difficulty of keeping colonies across such great distances. As the company faced financial trouble, a stronger base for French colonial dreams was forming far to the north. Unlike Spain's conquistadors who searched for cities of gold, French traders forged a different path to empire. One built on relationships more than conquest, where native knowledge mattered more than European military power. French colonial strategy shifted fundamentally around the turn of the 17th century. In 1600, Pierre Chauvin built a trading post at Tadoussac, where the Saguenay and St. Lawrence rivers meet. This marked France's first attempt at a year-round presence in North America. 8 years later, Samuel de Champlain founded Quebec, the settlement that would become the heart of New France. Champlain, now called the father of New France, understood that survival in this harsh land required working with indigenous peoples, not subduing them. What emerged was a uniquely French way of colonizing. Rather than focusing on farms with European settlers, New France grew around trading networks that reached far inland. At the centre of this economy was one animal, the beaver. European fashion created endless demand for beaver felt hats, making the pelts extremely valuable. A single high-quality beaver pelt could bring more than a month's wages for a French worker. The cleverness of the French approach lay in adapting to North American realities. With few soldiers and settlers, French colonial leaders built strategic alliances with the Huron and other native nations. These partnerships were strengthened through trade ceremonies and even intermarriage. French traders learned indigenous survival skills like canoe travel, snowshoe walking, and native hunting methods. Most remarkable were the coureurs des bois, the runners of the woods who lived beyond French settlements among indigenous peoples. These independent traders became cultural go-betweens, often learning native languages, adopting local customs, and sometimes taking indigenous wives. Though French authorities tried to control them, the coureurs des bois played a key role in spreading French influence through the Great Lakes and Mississippi Valley. Jesuit missionaries represented another distinct part of French colonization. Unlike Spanish missionaries who came with armies, Jesuit black robes set up missions in native villages. They learned local languages and recorded indigenous cultures even as they sought converts. Their detailed reports, called the Jesuit Relations, gave Europeans new insights into native societies while creating tension between traditional beliefs and Catholic teaching. Despite these innovations, New France suffered constant population shortages. While British colonies attracted thousands of settlers each year, few French immigrants arrived. By 1663, after over half a century of settlement, only about 3,000 Europeans lived in the colony. This weakness came from both the tough Canadian climate and strict French policies that limited immigration to Catholics of good standing, seeing both the promise and the problems of New France. King Louis XIV took direct control in 1663, making it a royal colony. The king sent the Carignan Saliers Regiment, over 1,000 professional soldiers, to defend against Iroquois raids. He also appointed a royal governor and intendant to run the territory. This reorganization began greater French investment in North America. While King Louis XIV strengthened France's position in North America, a far more profitable part of its colonial empire was growing thousands of miles away. In the warm Caribbean waters, France was building a colonial system so lucrative that one island would eventually earn more than all 13 British American colonies combined. Caribbean expansion started in 1635, when France claimed Guadeloupe and Martinique islands known for farming potential. Unlike the fur-based economy of New France, these tropical lands were developed for plantation agriculture, mainly sugar. The first settlements were organised by the Company of the American Islands, which had a royal charter to develop French interest there. By 1659, France had taken part of Saint-Domingue, modern Haiti, from Spain, beginning what would become the crown jewel of its colonial holdings. Within decades, this colony turned into an agricultural powerhouse through the brutal use of enslaved African labour. The plantation system needed huge numbers of workers, pulling France deep into the transatlantic slave trade. French ships carried millions of enslaved Africans across the Atlantic under horrific conditions to work these plantations. The economic results were staggering. By the 18th century, Saint-Domingue alone produced about 40% of Europe's sugar and 60% of its coffee. This single colony became the most profitable European possession in the Americas, outproducing entire mainland empires. Wealth, from these Caribbean lands flowed back to France, enriching merchant families in port cities like Nantes, Bordeaux and Marseille. To regulate the complex system of slavery, Louis XIV issued the Code Noir in 1685. This legal framework defined slavery in the French Empire, controlling every part of enslaved people's lives, while oddly giving some protections. The code required owners to provide food and clothing, banned certain punishments, and even let enslaved people report abuses to authorities. Yet these protections existed alongside brutal rules that treated enslaved people as property and ordered harsh penalties, including death for various offences. France's imperial vision reached beyond the Caribbean. In the Indian Ocean, France established a presence on Île Bourbon, reunion in 1665, followed by settlements on Île-de-France, now Mauritius. These islands served as strategic bases for French ships going to and from India, while also developing their own plantation economies for spices, coffee and sugar. The East India Company, founded by Colbert in 1664, managed these operations from its base at Lorient. The growing French Empire inevitably clashed with other European powers. The wealthy sugar islands became frequent targets during wars, changing hands multiple times. Between France, Britain and the Netherlands, naval power grew crucial for defending these scattered lands, leading France to invest heavily in its fleet. The Caribbean colonies also hosted a thriving community of pirates and privateers. The island of Tortuga off Saint-Domingue became a notorious base for buccaneers who attacked Spanish ships. Many operated with quiet French approval through letters of marque, letting them raid enemy ships while giving a share of their loot to the French crown. This unofficial warfare strengthened France's position without needing direct military action. While the Caribbean became the crown jewel of France's Atlantic Empire, another imperial contest was unfolding across the globe in a region where France arrived quite late, the exotic markets of Asia. Here France faced strong opponents already settled in the area's lucrative trade networks. In 1664, Jean-Baptiste Colbert-Louis XIV's brilliant finance minister created the French East India Company. Its ambitious goal was to challenge the Portuguese, Dutch and British powers already influential across Asia. The company received royal support and huge financing of 15 million livres, a fortune at the time, showing Louis XIV's drive to project French power worldwide. The French strategy differed much from their British rivals. While the British East India Company increasingly sought land, the French stressed commercial ties and diplomatic partnerships with local rulers. This approach came partly from necessity, arriving decades after competitors meant finding other ways into established markets. France's first major foothold came in 1674 when François Martin set up a trading post at Pondichéry on India's Coromandel coast. From this modest start, just a small strip of coast, Pondicherry grew into the administrative centre of French India. The settlement's distinct grid pattern and French architectural style remain visible in the city today, a lasting mark of this colonial encounter. The French slowly expanded their presence, building additional comptoirs, trading posts at key locations. Chandernagore in Bengal gave access to the rich textile markets of eastern India, while Mahé on the Malabar coast connected French merchants to the valuable pepper and spice trade. These settlements were carefully placed to tap existing trade routes, while avoiding direct fights with stronger European rivals. Unlike in the Caribbean, where France built slave-based plantation economies in India, the French mainly worked as merchants buying finished goods from local producers. The French East India Company traded in fine textiles like calico and muslin indigo, dye saltpeter for gunpowder spices and luxuries like diamonds from the famous Golconda mines. These goods brought high prices in European markets, enriching both the company and the French crown. the French worked to build relationships with Indian powers, especially the Mughal Empire and various regional kingdoms. In 1687, French envoys reached Emperor Aurangzeb's court, securing trading rights that strengthened their commercial position. These diplomatic efforts showed a smart understanding that in Asia, Europeans needed to negotiate, not just conquer French ambitions stretched beyond India to Southeast Asia. In 1680, the East India Company sent Pierre Poivre to Vietnam, starting contacts that would lead to later colonial projects. These early missions focused on trade and Catholic missionary work, not land control. Perhaps the most dramatic episode in early French Asian expansion happened in Siam, modern Thailand. In 1687, Louis XIV sent a bold embassy with over 600 soldiers to King Nare's court, hoping to win trade advantages and convert the king to Catholicism. This overreach sparked a nationalist backlash, leading to the 1688 Siamese Revolution. Anti-foreign groups executed pro-French officials, expelled the French military, and forced missionaries to flee. This humiliating setback showed the limits of French influence. In 1682, René, Robert Cavelier, Sieur de la Salle finished an amazing journey that redrew the map of North America. After travelling the entire Mississippi River from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, La Salle held a dramatic ceremony at the river's delta. He raised a column, buried an engraved plate, and claimed for King Louis XIV a territory he named Louisiana, a vast inland empire stretching from the Appalachian Mountains to the Rocky Mountains. This huge land claim was a strategic masterstroke for French imperial dreams. By controlling the Mississippi watershed, France created a geographic grip around the British colonies, trapping them along the Atlantic coast. Louisiana became a crucial link between the fur trade of New France in the north and the plantation colonies of the Caribbean to the south. The territory covered nearly a third of what would become the continental United States, a landmass bigger than France itself. Unlike the crowded British colonies, French Louisiana stayed sparsely populated throughout its history. By 1708, fewer than 300 Europeans lived there, scattered in a handful of isolated trading posts. This thin settlement pattern reflected France's different colonial approach. Instead of sending many settlers, French authorities built a network of strategic forts and trading stations like Fort de Mississippi, Arkansas Post, and later Fort Orleans. These maintained land claims while developing trade with indigenous nations. Indigenous alliances proved essential to French control agreements, with the Choctaw Natchez, Illinois, and other nations secured French trade routes and provided key military support against British and Spanish moves. These partnerships, however, remained fragile and sometimes turned violent, as shown by the Natchez Revolt of 1729, which briefly destroyed French settlements in that area. Louisiana's economy first focused on the fur trade, especially deerskins and beaver pelts, but French leaders soon tried to diversify experimental plantations, grew tobacco, indigo, and later sugar. Though these struggled compared to Caribbean ones, the colony's tough conditions, including frequent floods, tropical diseases and Gulf Coast hurricanes, discouraged settlers and complicated farming. In 1713, the Treaty of Utrecht redrew North America's imperial borders, forcing France to give territories in Newfoundland and Acadia to Britain. This diplomatic loss raised Louisiana's strategic importance as a buffer against British growth. 5 years later, in 1718, the French founded New Orleans as Louisiana's new capital. Its location was carefully chosen to control access to the Mississippi River system and serve as an administrative and military center for the whole territory. The city's founding showed France's determination to keep its continental claims, despite limited resources and competing imperial priorities. Yet Louisiana remained chronically short of money and people throughout the French period. The financial strain grew so severe that in 1717 the French crown handed the colony's management to John Law's Company of the West, later the Company of the Indies, hoping private business might succeed where the state had struggled. While Louisiana struggled under private control, a far greater challenge was building across the Atlantic, one that would shake the foundations of France's entire colonial project. What happens when the world's most powerful monarch gambles his empire on a Spanish inheritance and loses nearly everything in the process? In 1700, the death of King Charles II of Spain sparked a succession crisis that reshaped European politics and colonial lands for generations. The childless Spanish king had named Philip of Anjou, Louis XIV's grandson, as his heir, potentially joining the French and Spanish thrones under Bourbon family control. This possibility alarmed other European powers who feared a French-Spanish superpower dominating Europe and the Americas. Britain, the Dutch Republic. Austria and several German states formed the Grand Alliance to prevent this outcome. Starting the War of Spanish Succession in 1701, the conflict spread across Europe and into colonial territories, turning a European dynastic dispute into the first truly global war. France fought on multiple fronts with shrinking resources and growing casualties. The war proved disastrous for French imperial dreams. While Louis XIV's army battled desperately in Europe, Britain's growing naval power let it strike directly at French colonial lands. French settlements in the Caribbean became especially vulnerable, with Britain taking St. Kitts in 1702. In North America, British forces captured the key fortress of Port Royal in Acadia in 1710, gaining control over the entrance to the St. Lawrence River, the lifeline of New France. By 1712, the exhausted French state neared financial collapse. Military costs had ruined the treasury, while crop failures and trade disruptions caused domestic hardship. Louis XIV, now in his 70s, and having seen his son and eldest grandson die during the war, reluctantly accepted peace terms that sharply cut French power. The 1713 Treaty of Utrecht forced France to give up significant territories, including Hudson Bay, Newfoundland, and Acadia, renamed Nova Scotia, to Britain. These losses critically weakened New France's defences, leaving Quebec open to future British attacks. In the Caribbean, France gave up its claims to St. Kitts, but kept its valuable Sugar Islands, Guadeloupe, and Martinique. The treaty let Philip V stay on the Spanish throne, but only after he renounced all claims to the French crown. More importantly, Spain and France were explicitly forbidden from uniting their empires with rules, requiring the two Bourbon monarchies must always stay separate. This separation blocked France from accessing Spain's vast American silver wealth, which might have restored French finances. Britain emerged the clear winner, gaining not only French lands, but also the asiento, a valuable contract to supply enslaved Africans to Spanish colonies. With new naval bases and trading rights, this marked Britain's rise as the dominant Atlantic power, fundamentally changing the colonial balance. The world was about to see a conflict unlike any before. While earlier wars were mostly limited to single continents, the 7 Years' War erupted in 1756 as the first truly global fight, with battlefields from North American forests to Indian plains. This was not just a European power struggle, but a fight for global dominance that would permanently reshape the colonial landscape for France. The stakes could not have been higher. Under Louis XV, the French Empire had somewhat recovered from the setbacks of the War of Spanish Succession, but tensions with Britain had simmered for years, especially in the contested Ohio Valley, where both powers sought to expand. When a young George Washington led Virginia militia against French forces at Fort Duquesne in 1754, he unknowingly lit the fuse of a global powder keg. The war quickly spread beyond North America and Europe. Traditional alliances broke in what historians call the diplomatic revolution, with France joining its old enemy Austria against Prussia and Great Britain. Meanwhile, far from European shores, British and French forces clashed across India, Africa and the Caribbean. For the first time, military planners had to think about strategy on a truly global scale. In North America, the tide first favoured France-French forces, and their native allies won several early victories using superior woodland tactics against British regulars unused to frontier fighting. But the war's momentum changed dramatically after William Pitt became Britain's war minister in 1757. Pitt saw the global nature of the conflict and committed unmatched resources to winning in North America. The results devastated French ambitions. In September 1759, British forces under General James Wolfe captured Quebec in a daring climb up cliffs to the Plains of Abraham. Though both Wolfe and his French counterpart Montcalm died in the battle, the loss of Quebec dealt a death blow to New France. Montreal fell the next year, effectively ending France's century-and-a-half presence in Canada. Across the globe in India, the pattern repeated Robert Clive's victory at Plassey in 1757 over French-supported local forces secured British dominance in Bengal. This win was not just military. It gave Britain control over one of India's richest regions and reduced France to a minor colonial player on the subcontinent. Even in the Caribbean, where France kept its valuable sugar islands, British naval power proved decisive. Guadeloupe fell in 1759, followed by Martinique in 1762. Though immensely valuable for sugar production, these islands would be returned to France in the final peace, a controversial decision in Britain. The Treaty of Paris in 1763 formalised France's imperial collapse. The terms were harsh. France gave Canada and all lands east of the Mississippi to Britain to repay their Spanish allies who joined the war. Late France transferred Louisiana west of the Mississippi to Spain. French holdings in India shrank to a few trading posts. Only in the Caribbean did France keep major colonies with Britain, returning Martinique and Guadeloupe in exchange for Canada, a trade many in Britain questioned given the sugar islands' greater economic value. The world was about to witness a conflict unlike any before. While France's overseas territories had been divided by foreign powers from the ashes of imperial defeat, would rise something far more threatening to the established order. The French Revolution that began in 1789 with calls for liberty, equality and fraternity eventually created the conditions for one of history's most ambitious military dictators to build a new French empire. By 1799, a decade of revolutionary chaos had exhausted France. The Directory, a 5-member committee ruling the nation, faced financial crisis, military failures and widespread public unhappiness. Into this power vacuum stepped a 30-year-old military commander whose fame had been made on battlefields across Europe. Napoleon Bonaparte, already celebrated for his brilliant Italian campaign of 1796 to 1797, took power through a carefully planned coup d'etat on November 9th and 10th, 1799. Napoleon's path to power began on the Mediterranean island of Corsica, which France had annexed just a year before his birth in 1769. His military education and tactical skill lifted him through the ranks during the revolutionary years. By 1798, aiming to strike British interests and build his own legend, Napoleon led a bold expedition to Egypt. While the campaign ultimately failed militarily, it produced major scientific and cultural results, including finding the Rosetta Stone, a triple language inscription that would later let scholars read ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. As first consul of France, Napoleon moved fast to secure power and rebuild a nation broken by revolution. His administrative reforms created a centralised government with prefects appointed to manage departments across France. The Napoleonic Code of 1804 standardised French law, embedding revolutionary ideas like equality before the law while keeping patriarchal authority in families. This legal framework would influence law across Europe and the Americas. Napoleon's practical approach to rule showed in his religious policy. The Concordat of 1801 with Pope Pius VII healed the decade-long split between revolutionary France and the Catholic Church. While recognizing Catholicism as the religion of most French citizens, the agreement kept state control over church, appointments and religious practice. This calculated compromise restored stability, while stopping the church from regaining its pre-revolutionary influence. Even as Napoleon restored order in France, the empire faced major colonial challenges. In Saint-Domingue, formerly France's richest colony, enslaved people had seized the revolutionary promise of equality and started their own fight for freedom. Under Toussaint Louverture, a formerly enslaved man who became a brilliant military and political strategist, the revolution survived repeated French attempts to regain control. Napoleon first sent 20,000 troops under his brother-in-law General Leclerc to retake the colony and restore slavery. But disease and fierce resistance devastated French forces. The failure in Saint-Domingue directly influenced Napoleon's next big colonial decision. In 1803, he sold the huge Louisiana territory to the United States for 60 million francs, about $15 million, effectively doubling the size of the young American Republic. This practical move let Napoleon focus on European conquest, while denying Britain a potential foothold in North America. Thomas Jefferson's negotiators originally sent to buy just New Orleans west, and when offered the whole territory from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. The world saw a dramatic shift when Napoleon Bonaparte, having taken control of France through his coup, set his sights on something far greater. With Louisiana assault and colonial dreams redirected, Napoleon turned toward a transformation that would shock Europe. What kind of military commander crowns himself sovereign? On December 2nd, 1804, Notre Dame Cathedral became the stage for an unprecedented spectacle. As Pope Pius VII held the crown during the coronation, Napoleon took it from the Pope's hands and placed it on his own head before crowning his wife Josephine. This bold act showed his authority came not from God or church but from himself alone. The gesture was not just theatrical, it marked the final change of revolutionary France into an imperial power with Napoleon as its absolute ruler. The coronation ceremony deliberately recalled Charlemagne and Roman emperors, with Napoleon dressed in purple velvet robes embroidered with golden bees. The artist Jacques-Louis David captured the moment in a massive painting that showed the event not as it happened, but as Napoleon wanted it remembered, with his mother prominently shown though she had refused to attend. Beyond symbols, Napoleon secured power through institutional reforms. His administration reorganized France's education system, creating lycées that trained future civil servants loyal to the regime. He made a new aristocracy based on merit, not birth, giving titles like Duke, Count and Baron to military officers and civil administrators who served the empire exceptionally. Napoleon's family became tools of his expanding power across Europe. His brother Joseph was made King of Naples in 1806, later becoming King of Spain. Louis became King of Holland and Jerome was made King of Westphalia. His stepson Eugene de Beauharnais governed as Viceroy of Italy, while his sister Caroline and her husband Joachim Murat eventually ruled Naples. This Bonaparte dynasty spread French influence across the continent more effectively than armies alone could. Behind imperial splendor, Napoleon kept tight control over information and opposition. His regime used hundreds of censors who reviewed newspapers, books and plays. The secret police under Joseph Fouché watched potential dissenters, while infamous administrative detention allowed imprisonment without trial for those seen as threats to state security. When General Jean Moreau, once Napoleon's rival for power, was linked to a royalist plot in 1804 for his public trial and exile, showed the cost of opposing the emperor. The empire's machinery demanded unmatched resources. Conscription pulled hundreds of thousands of young Frenchmen into military service, with annual drafts rising from 30,000 to over 150,000 men during the imperial years. New taxes on salt, tobacco and Alcoholic drinks funded military campaigns, while the continental system, Napoleon's bold blockade against British raid, disrupted Europe's economy and daily life. Throughout this time of political change, French culture and science flourished under imperial support. The Egyptian campaign had sparked scientific interest that continued under the empire, with government funding for research in chemistry, mathematics and engineering. In 1800, for Joseph Nice Fournier PC, he began tests with light-sensitive materials that would eventually lead to photography, though the first permanent photograph would not appear until 1826. Unable to beat Britain on the seas, Napoleon Bonaparte turned to a different kind of war in 1806. Through the Berlin Decree, he formalized the continental system, a grand economic plan to choke the British economy by cutting its trade with Europe. This unprecedented economic blockade required every nation under French influence to close ports to British ships and ban British goods from their markets. Napoleon believed this commercial isolation would collapse Britain's economy, forcing surrender without firing a shot. The continental system needed total European compliance to work, pushing Napoleon to extend French control along the continent's coastlines. What began as economic policy soon became the engine behind more military campaigns. The emperor needed to seal every possible smuggling route and close every harbour that might welcome British merchants. This bold strategy redrew the map of Europe as French forces marched into Italy, Germany, Holland and the Dalmatian coast. Britain's initial economic pain was real. Exports fell by a quarter as warehouses filled with unsold goods, sparking worker protests in manufacturing areas. But the British government responded with counter-blockades through orders in council, effectively saying neutral ships trading with French-controlled ports would be seized. Meanwhile, British merchants quickly adapted, creating elaborate smuggling networks and rerouting trade through neutral middlemen. The great irony of the continental system was how it hurt France's own prosperity. French manufacturers lost access to raw materials, colonial goods became very expensive, and port cities, once thriving on international trade, saw their harbors empty. In Hamburg, Bremen and Amsterdam, once busy trading hubs, Fils Island, the sea commerce died. When coffee prices rose tenfold in Paris, desperate merchants sold chicory root as a substitute, a practice that continues in some places today. Napoleon's attempts to enforce the blockade angered his allies and subjects. Dutch merchants, Spanish raiders and German burghers, who built their lives on commerce, now faced ruin under French economic rules. These hardships planted seeds of resentment that would later grow into resistance. The continental system grew harder to maintain as smuggling flourished. Along Europe's long coastlines, British goods reached continental markets disguised as Swedish, Russian, or American products, while corrupt officials often looked away for the right price. The system's enforcement caused diplomatic crises with nations that did not comply. Portugal's refusal to close its ports to British trade triggered the French invasion of 1807, pulling Napoleon into the Spanish quagmire that would become his Spanish ulcer. More seriously, Russia's gradual withdrawal from the system by 1811 set the stage for Napoleon's disastrous 1812 invasion. While the continental system failed to defeat Britain, it sparked unexpected results across the Atlantic. The United States, caught between British and French trade restrictions, turned inward. American textile mills, iron works and factories appeared as European imports became unavailable. This unintended boost to American industry ultimately strengthened the young republic that would later emerge as a global power. While Napoleon's economic war against Britain stumbled, his ambitions in Spain would become his worst mistake. In 1808, Napoleon's dynastic dreams led him to remove the Spanish Bourbon monarchy and put his brother Joseph Bonaparte on the Spanish throne. This political move, which seemed a simple extension of his family empire, ignited an unprecedented popular uprising that drained French imperial resources for years. Spanish resistance began dramatically on May 2, 1808, when Madrid's citizens rose against French occupation rule. The French response was brutal mass executions of civilians that, instead of crushing resistance, turned scattered protests into a nationwide rebellion. What Napoleon expected to be a straightforward land grab became what historians call his Spanish ulcer wound that kept draining French strength and resources. The Spanish people's resistance introduced a new kind of war the French military was unprepared to face. Local fighters and small bands across mountainous terrain hit French supply lines, isolated garrisons, and communication networks. These tactics gave birth to the term guerrilla, meaning little war in Spanish, reflecting the popular nature of the resistance. Unlike regular armies, these fighters blended with civilians, making it hard for French forces to tell friend from foe. The conflict's intensity was unmatched. Civilians from all social classes joined the struggle against French occupation, turning conventional war into a people's war. Spanish fighters ambushed French patrols, destroyed bridges, intercepted messages, and killed collaborators. The French replied with collective punishment, executing suspected guerrillas and burning villages, which only deepened Spanish hatred and determination to drive out the invaders. British help proved crucial to Spanish resistance. Sir Arthur Wellesley, later the Duke of Wellington, landed in Portugal with British forces to support Spanish and Portuguese fighters. While guerrillas disrupted French operations, Wellington's regular forces fought the French in set battles, creating a two-front war that stretched Napoleon's military capacity. Napoleon himself saw the growing threat and personally led a campaign into Spain in late 1808 with 200,000 troops. He won several victories, but had to leave to face Austrian threats elsewhere, leaving his generals to continue a war becoming increasingly unwinnable. The emperor's absence let the insurgency come back stronger. The Catholic Church became a powerful force for resistance, framing the struggle as a religious war against French godlessness. Priests stirred anti-French feeling, painting Napoleon as an enemy of Catholicism and the occupation as an attack on Spanish religious traditions. This religious layer turned the conflict from a political fight into a sacred duty for many Spaniards. By 1812, over 300,000 French troops, a third of Napoleon's entire military, were stuck in Spain, forces badly needed elsewhere as European powers united against French dominance. The conflict brutality inspired Francisco Goya's haunting pictures of war's horrors, especially his famous painting The 3rd of May 1808, which captured the terror of French reprisals against Spanish civilians. With a third of his military trapped in the Spanish quagmire, Napoleon still looked east to Russia in 1812. The campaign that followed would turn the Grand Army from history's most formidable foe into frozen corpses scattered across the Russian steppe. A disaster so complete that of the 680,000 soldiers who proudly crossed the Niemen River on June 24th, fewer than 100,000 returned. At this conflict's heart was Russia's withdrawal from the continental system, threatening Napoleon's economic strategy against Britain. When diplomacy failed, Napoleon gathered the largest military force Europe had ever seen. A multinational army of French, Polish, Italian, German, and other European troops. The sheer logistics of moving and feeding such a huge force proved nearly impossible across Russia's vast landscape. From the campaign's start, Russian commanders Barclay de Tolly and later Kutuzov used a brilliantly simple plan: keep retreating while destroying anything valuable. As Napoleon's forces pushed deeper into Russia, they found burned villages, poisoned wells, and torched grain fields. The Russians sacrificed their own resources to deny them to the invaders, drawing the French into a lengthening supply line through increasingly barren land. On September 7th, 1812, the two armies finally clashed at the Battle of Borodino, a huge fight that left about 70,000 casualties in a single day. Though technically a French victory, the battle brought no strategic breakthrough. The Russians simply withdrew in good order. On September 14th, Napoleon entered Moscow to find a strangely empty city. Within hours, Moscow burst into flames, whether set deliberately by Russian authorities or accidentally by looters. The fire burned nearly 2/3 of the city over for days. Napoleon found himself holding a charred empty prize. With winter coming, he waited in Moscow for 5 critical weeks, hoping Tsar Alexander would negotiate. The Tsar never replied. By October 19th, facing shrinking supplies and the first frost, Napoleon ordered the retreat that would destroy his army. His soldiers who had marched into Russia in summer uniforms now faced temperatures dropping to minus 30 degrees Celsius. The retreat quickly became a nightmare of unimaginable scale. Soldiers froze to death standing at their posts. Others stripped clothes from the dead to survive another day. Supply wagons were abandoned as horses fell from hunger. Starving men ate their mounts raw. Russian forces under generals Gustavus Plato V and Milo Radovic constantly harassed the retreating columns. Cossack cavalry swooped on stragglers, while Russian partisans ambushed isolated units. At the Beriz, in a river crossing in late November, thousands drowned or froze trying to escape pursuing Russians. By December, the once magnificent Grand Army had broken into small bands of frozen, starving men struggling west. The scale of the disaster changed European politics. Prussia, long a reluctant French ally, switched sides in February 1813. Austria and Sweden soon joined what became the Sixth Coalition against Napoleon. With his army shattered, Napoleon hastily raised new forces, mostly inexperienced conscripts. Despite several tactical wins, in spring 1813 the coalition's numerical advantage proved overwhelming. The decisive fight came at Leipzig in October 1813, aptly called the Battle of the Nations, as it pitched French forces against Russians, Prussians, Austrians and Swedes. After 4 days of fighting, Napoleon's army suffered a crushing defeat, forcing a retreat to France itself. By March 1814, coalition forces entered Paris, and on April 6, Napoleon was forced to abdicate. Napoleon's abdication seemed to close the book on French imperial dreams, but less than a year later the impossible happened. On February 26, 1815, the deposed emperor slipped away from his Mediterranean exile on Elba with just 1,000 loyal followers. When he landed on southern France's coast on March 1st, his daring gamble began. Either a triumphant return or a quick execution as a traitor. What followed defied all expectation. As Napoleon marched north toward Paris, something remarkable occurred. Instead of arresting him, as ordered, regiment after regiment of the regular French army switched sides. Emotional scenes unfolded as soldiers who once fought under Napoleon's banner recognized their former commander. Many troops sent to capture him instead broke ranks, shouting "Vive l'Empereur" and pledging fresh loyalty to the man they had followed across Europe. The march to Paris became less a military campaign than a procession. Louis XVIII, restored to the throne after Napoleon's first abdication, saw the changing tide. By March 20th, just 3 weeks after landing, Napoleon entered Paris in triumph as the king fled to Belgium. Without firing a shot, the former exile had reclaimed one of Europe's most powerful thrones through sheer force of personality. Europe's reaction was swift and absolute. The great powers meeting at the Congress of Vienna, still redrawing Europe's map, after the Napoleonic Wars, immediately declared Napoleon an outlaw. Britain, Prussia, Austria and Russia formed the Seventh Coalition, mobilizing armies to remove the returned emperor permanently. They would accept nothing less than his complete removal from the European stage. Napoleon knew diplomatic solutions were impossible. His only hope lay in quick military action before coalition armies could combine against him. By June 1815, he had gathered a remarkable force of 125,000 men, showing his organizational genius, and moved into Belgium with a clear plan: defeat the British and Prussian armies separately before they could join. The critical confrontation came on June 18, 1815, with the small Belgian village of Waterloo. Napoleon's 72,000 troops faced Wellington's allied force of 68,000 men. The French emperor had reason for confidence. He outnumbered his immediate opponent and had beaten both Wellington and Blucher separately before, but fate and weather interfered. Heavy rains the previous night turned the battlefield to mud, delaying Napoleon's attack and giving Prussian forces crucial extra hours to march to Wellington's aid. The battle itself unfolded as a series of bloody clashes. Napoleon's opening artillery barrage proved less effective than planned because of the wet ground. His infantry attacks against Wellington's centre were repeatedly pushed back. When French cavalry charged British squares, they could not break the disciplined Allied formations. As the afternoon wore on, Napoleon committed his elite Imperial Guard soldiers, who had never known defeat, in a final desperate assault. The arrival of Prussian reinforcements under General Blücher proved decisive. Caught between Wellington's forces and the Prussian flanking attack, Napoleon's army collapsed. The catastrophic defeat caused about 25,000 French casualties and 8,000 captured. Napoleon's gamble had failed, completely ending his rule after just 100 days. The results were immediate and permanent. Napoleon abdicated a second time, and this time there would be no return. The British took him to the remote South Atlantic island, a volcanic rock thousands of miles from Europe, where he would stay until his death in 1821. When Napoleon died in 1821, the Bonaparte dynasty seemed finished forever. Yet history often gives unexpected sequels. 31 years later, his nephew Louis Napoleon Bonaparte achieved what many thought impossible, reviving the French Empire from the ashes of revolution and monarchy. The path to this second empire began with Louis Napoleon winning France's first presidential election in December 1848 with a huge 74% of the vote. As the new president of the Second Republic, he presented himself as a figure of stability during social and political turmoil, but his ambitions reached far beyond the 4-year term set by the Constitution. Facing the legal impossibility of running again, Louis Napoleon executed a bold coup d'état on December 2, 1851, exactly 47 years after his uncle's coronation. He dissolved the National Assembly and arrested potential opponents in a single night. With opposition neutralized, he called a plebiscite to approve a new constitution extending his presidential term to 10 years. This move proved very successful, setting the stage for his final change into emperor. 1 year later, on December 2nd, 1850, Louis Napoleon formally proclaimed the Second French Empire with himself as Emperor Napoleon III, honoring both his uncle and a short-lived son who never actually ruled. The quick shift from republic to empire showed the lasting appeal of the Bonaparte name and the French public's willingness to trade democratic principles for promises of stability and national greatness. Unlike his military focal, Napoleon III's vision for France centered on economic development and urban modernization. He launched an unmatched reconstruction of Paris under Baron Haussmann, replacing medieval neighborhoods with wide boulevards, parks, and modern infrastructure. These grand avenues served many purposes, improving public health, showing imperial splendor, and letting troops move fast to crush possible rebellions. The emperor embraced industrial development with remarkable enthusiasm. Railways expanded greatly under his rule, while new banks provided crucial financing for factories and businesses. This economic liberalism created a strange hybrid system, an authoritarian empire driving capitalist growth and middle-class prosperity. In colonial affairs, Napoleon III pursued what historians call a peace empire, focusing on economic investment and diplomatic ties rather than pure military conquest. He solidified French control in Algeria, partly conquered in 1830, and expanded French influence in Senegal and other parts of West Africa. His approach stressed what he called imperial responsibility, seeing French colonialism as a civilizing mission that would spread French values worldwide. This emerging colonial vision marked a basic shift from his uncle's Europe-focused conquests. While Napoleon I sold Louisiana and abandoned Haiti, Napoleon III actively sought new lands in Africa and Asia, laying the foundation for France's second colonial empire that would keep growing even after his own fall. Despite his focus on economic development and diplomacy, Napoleon III did not entirely abandon military adventures. His eventual role in the Crimean War 1853 to 1856 showed his desire to restore France's place as a major European power. But it also revealed a more cooperative approach through alliance with Britain, France's traditional enemy. This alliance with Britain, once unthinkable, signaled how far Napoleon III would go to restore French prestige after decades of post-Waterloo shame. When Russian troops invaded Ottoman lands in 1853, Napoleon III saw an utter distant conflict, but the perfect chance to rewrite France's place in the world order through blood, innovation, and a war unlike any before. The conflict began with a seemingly small religious dispute over who would control Christian holy sites in Jerusalem. While Russia claimed protection rights over Orthodox Christians in the Ottoman Empire, France asserted similar privileges for Catholics. This diplomatic tension grew when Tsar Nicholas I sent troops into Ottoman territories along the Danube, prompting the Sultan to declare war. Napoleon III, sensing a chance to check Russian expansion and demonstrate French power, quickly allied with Britain, France's old rival. What followed transformed warfare itself. When Allied forces landed in Crimea in September 1850, for they brought revolutionary technologies never before seen in combat. Telegraph lines sent battle reports across Europe within hours, while photographers like Roger Fenton captured haunting war images for civilian audiences. Railways moved supplies and wounded soldiers, while new explosive shells and rifled muskets caused unmatched casualties. The centerpiece of the conflict became the 11 months siege of Sevastopol, where French engineering and military skill proved decisive. French sappers dug elaborate trench systems, while their artillery smashed Russian fortifications with devastating effect. By September 1855, when Russian forces finally left the smoking ruins of Sevastopol, French military prestige had been dramatically restored through battlefield achievements Napoleon Bonaparte himself would have admired. Yet glory came at a terrible cost. Disease ravaged Allied camps with cholera and typh, killing more soldiers than enemy fire. These conditions spurred medical innovations that would change health care forever. While Florence Nightingale revolutionized British military nursing, French nursing sisters like Sue Rosalie Randou made similar reforms in French field hospitals. The Sisters of Charity set new standards for battlefield care that would influence military medicine for generations. The diplomatic triumph came in March 1856, when European powers gathered in Paris for peace talks. Napoleon III himself presided over the conference, a powerful symbol of France's return to diplomatic leadership. The resulting Treaty of Paris severely limited Russian naval power in the Black Sea and reduced Russian influence in the Ottoman Empire, establishing the principle of Ottoman territorial integrity under great power guarantee. For the first time since Waterloo, France had dictated terms to a major European power. The aftermath changed French imperial ambitions with renewed military confidence. France sped up colonial projects worldwide. Napoleon III deepened involvement in Algeria, expanded presence in Senegal, and set up a protectorate in Cambodia. The victory over Russia gave both the confidence and international prestige needed to pursue these far-flung ventures without serious European opposition. Perhaps most importantly, the war changed Anglo-French relations. Former enemies became allies, cooperating militarily against a common threat. This new understanding would reshape colonial competition as both powers increasingly coordinated imperial ambitions rather than directly confronting each other. The precedent of cooperation set in Crimean trenches would influence European diplomacy for decades. The diplomatic triumph in Crimea emboldened Napoleon III to attempt his most disastrous imperial gamble. In Mexico, France would try something no European power had dared since American independence, establishing a new monarchy in the Western Hemisphere, directly challenging the Monroe Doctrine that had kept European powers away for decades. The chance came in 1861, when Mexico under President Benito Juarez stopped payments on its foreign debts. What began as seemingly simple debt collection soon revealed Napoleon III's true ambitions. While Britain and Spain joined the first expedition, they quickly withdrew once they realized France's real goal was not financial compensation, but land conquest. Napoleon III imagined a French-ruled empire that would counter growing American influence and give access to Mexican silver mines. The French invasion met unexpected resistance almost immediately. On May 5, 1862, at the Battle of Puebla, Mexican forces won a stunning victory against the French army. Though ultimately just a temporary setback for France, this battle, remembered today as Cinco de Mayo, became a powerful symbol of Mexican resistance and national pride. The French advance slowed but did not stop, and by June 1863 French forces took Mexico City. With military controls set in central Mexico, Napoleon III moved forward with his grand imperial design. He chose Archduke Maximilian of Austria, a Habsburg prince with liberal views, as the new emperor of Mexico. Maximilian arrived in 1864 with his ambitious wife Charlotte, called Carlota, in Mexico, convinced they would be welcomed as modernizing rulers who could stabilize the war or nation. Reality proved very different. Outside major cities where SS Republican forces held significant territory, especially in the north, French troops, eventually about 40,000, found themselves in an increasingly costly occupation against determined resistance. Mexican guerrilla fighters used tactics like most Spanish forces used against Napoleon, the first hitting French supply lines and isolating garrisons. The situation worsened further for France when the American Civil War ended in 1865. The United States, now able to focus on affairs, began giving diplomatic support and weapons to Juarez's government. American officials clearly opposed European monarchies in the Western Hemisphere, putting diplomatic pressure on France while positioning troops along the Rio Grande as a not-so-subtle warning. By 1866, the Mexican adventure had become a strategic and financial disaster for Napoleon III. The occupation cost France about 50 million francs yearly, with no end in sight. Domestic criticism grew as French casualties rose and international isolation increased. Facing these realities, Napoleon III ordered a phased withdrawal of French troops. Despite knowing this would doom Maximilian's regime, Maximilian refused to leave his adopted country even as French forces departed. His loyalty proved fatal. Republican forces captured him in May 1867, and despite international pleas for mercy, Maximilian faced a firing squad on June 19, 1867. The execution, shown in Edouard Manet's famous paintings, shocked European royal houses and symbolized the catastrophic failure of Napoleon III's imperial vision. While Maximilian's execution marked a humiliating end to French dreams in Mexico, it would pale next to what followed. In 1870, a single edited telegram would trigger events that not only destroyed Napoleon III's empire, but rid Europe's map for generations. The crisis began innocently, with a diplomatic dispute over the Spanish throne. When Prince Leopold of Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen emerged as a candidate, Napoleon III objected to having Prussian royalty on both French borders. The seemingly minor diplomatic matter became the perfect trap set by Prussian Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, who long wanted a pretext for war with France to complete German unification under Prussian leadership. The turning point came when Bismarck received a telegram describing a polite but ordinary meeting between King Wilhelm I of Prussia and the French ambassador. Seeing a chance, Bismarck edited the telegram to make it seem the king had insulted France. When published, this E.M.S. telegram ignited French public outrage. On July 19, 1870, Napoleon III, hoping to restore his fading popularity with a quick military win, declared war on Prussia, walking straight into Bismarck's trap. What followed was a stunning military catastrophe. The French military, still trading on its Crimean War reputation, was no match for Prussia's modern war machine. Behind the scenes, the Prussian military had undergone revolutionary change. Field Marshal Helmuth von Moltke had developed a sophisticated general staff system, standardized mobilization plans, master drill way used for troop movements. Prussia could deploy troops 3 times faster than the French, using detailed timetables, specifying exactly which units would board specific trains at precise time. Meanwhile, the French military struggled with basic logistics. Soldiers reached front-line positions without proper supplies. Some units lacked maps of their own territory. Communication breakdowns led to conflicting orders and mischances. The technological gap was equally stark. Prussia's Krupp steel breech-loading cannons outranged French bronze artillery, letting Prussian forces bombard French positions while staying safely out of range. The decisive moment came at Sedan on September 1st and 2nd, 1870. The French army of challenge 130,000 men, including the Emperor himself, found itself surrounded by Prussian forces in a valley near the Belgian border. After a day of devastating artillery fire, Napoleon III faced the unthinkable surrender. On September 2nd, he personally surrendered to King Wilhelm I, becoming the first French head of state captured in battle since King Francis I was taken by the Holy Roman Emperor at Pavia in 1525. News of Napoleon's capture triggered immediate revolt in Paris. On September 4th, crowds stormed government buildings and the Third Republic was proclaimed. The new government vowed to keep fighting, but Paris itself was soon surrounded by German forces. The brutal siege lasted through a harsh winter, with Parisians reduced to eating zoo animals and rats as food ran low. German artillery bombarded the city, while its residents slowly starved. The humiliation peaked on January 18, 1871, when Bismarck arranged the proclamation of the German Empire in the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of Versailles, the very symbol of French royal power. King Wilhelm I of Prussia was crowned German Emperor, as French lands lay occupied around him. The message was clear: a new European order had emerged with Germany, not France, at its center. As the humiliating defeat of 1870 faded from memory, France began looking for new frontiers to restore wounded national pride. From the ashes of European loss, a new colonial ambition rose. Within just 3 decades, a nation that had lost territory at home would control an amazing 8.6% of the world's land surface. A transformation bringing both triumph and great human cost. The years between 1880 and 1910 saw an unmatched land grab called the Scramble for Africa. In the 1872, African nations controlled 90% of their own continent, with European powers holding only coastal areas. This balance shifted dramatically as European nations, driven by economic interests and imperial rivalry, carved up the continent. Explorers, missionaries and traders returned with reports of vast resources, fueling a frenzy of colonial acquisition. France systematically expanded across Africa, building a colonially stretched from the Mediterranean Sea to the Congo Basin and from the Atlantic Ocean to the Red Sea. The conquest of Algeria, begun decades earlier in 1830, intensified during this period. The violence of this expansion was staggering. Historians estimate between 500,000 and 1 million Algerians died during the French conquest through war, massacres, disease and famine. Beyond Algeria, French colonial dreams spread rapidly. Tunisia became a French protectorate in 1818, much to Italy's frustration, as it had its own plans for the territory. Through the 1882 and 1892, France seized huge parts of West Africa, including modern Senegal, Mali, Niger and Chad. In Central Africa, lands like Gabon and Congo, French control, while Madagascar was taken in 1896. This imperial competition sometimes brought France into direct conflict with other European powers. The Fashod incident of 1898 nearly started war with Britain when both nations claimed the same territory along the Upper Nile. Finally, France withdrew its forces, quietly accepting British dominance in the region and highlighting the competitive nature of this imperial expansion. Conquest methods varied by region, but typically involved overwhelming military force. Many African groups, including the Ashanti Fulani and Twa, fought fiercely to keep independence, but were finally beaten by European weapons and tactics. Invading powers drew borders between colonies with little thought for existing ethnic groups and kingdoms, creating artificial lines that would later fuel regional conflicts. While Britain often unruled colonies indirectly through local authorities, France used a policy of assimilation, trying to turn colonial subjects into French people. This approach imposed French language education and legal systems on colonial populations, while presenting colonization as a civilizing mission, bringing progress to supposedly backward areas. The French Empire reached beyond Africa to Southeast Asia. France combined its holdings in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos into French Indochina by 1887. This vast colonial network gave France raw materials markets for manufactured goods and renewed international prestige. Yet behind the imperial facade lay brutal realities. Colonial authorities routinely used forced labor for infrastructure projects, imposed heavy taxes, and violently crushed any resistance. Indigenous cultures were systematically undermined, traditional leadership structures dismantled, and local economies restructured to benefit the mother country. While French colonial administrators built grand boulevards in Hanoi and Dhaka, the brutality of their rule was not met with passive acceptance. Beneath the surface of apparent control, strong resistance movements took shape across 3 continents, challenging what seemed unbreakable colonial domination. In Morocco, Abdel Krim emerged as one of the most successful resistance leaders against European imperialism. His organization of Berber tribes in northern Morocco led to the RIF Republic, an independent state existing from 1921 to 1926. The Republic delivered a shocking blow to Spain when RIF forces massacred Spanish troops at the Battle of Annual in 1921, showing indigenous forces could defeat modern European armies. This victory sent shock waves through colonial administrations across Africa. The French and Spanish response revealed the true face of colonial rule. They sent a combined force of 200,000 soldiers against the RIF Republic, a huge military commitment showing how seriously European powers viewed indigenous resistance. Similar patterns appeared with the ZI and Confederation of Berber tribes, which used effective guerrilla warfare against French forces, even getting support from Germany and Austria, Hungary during World War I. In Vietnam, resistance took a decisive turn on February 10, 1930, when Vietnamese soldiers serving in the French colonial army staged the Yen by mutiny backed by the Vietnam Corps and Ang Vien Coup d'etat. This uprising marked a critical shift from secret resistance to open military action. The mutiny aimed to spark quieter rebellion among the general population, revealing growing nationalist feelings that would eventually lead to full-scale war against French rule. Algeria's resistance continued despite decades of brutal French conquest. Small attacks on French military outposts and colonial infrastructure grew more common, hinting at the larger conflict that would erupt in 1954. The French response typically involved overwhelming military force, a strategy that temporarily crushed uprisings, but only deepened anti-colonial bitterness. In Madagascar, the Minalan, a rebellion of 1904 to 1905, combined anti-colonial feeling with traditional religious belief. French authorities responded with massive military operations that devastated local populations, creating martyrs and resistance stories passed down through generations. What made these resistance movements particularly threatening to colonial authorities was their ability to adapt. When armed rebellion proved costly, resistance changed into political and intellectual movement. The interwar years saw educated elites emerge in cities who organized political parties, published newspapers, and made demands for reform and self-determination. French colonial officials faced a paradox of their own making. The civilizing mission had created a class of educated colonial subjects who now used French ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity to challenge colonial rule itself. These intellectual leaders studied France's own revolutionary history and used it to highlight the hypocrisy of French colonial control. This shift of resistance from armed rebellion to political organization happened simultaneously across the French Empire. In Vietnam, Algeria, and Senegal, future revolutionary leaders were building political movements that would eventually tear apart the colonial system. What France failed to see was that military wins over armed rebellions did not mean political victory over the desire for self-determination. As political movements gained strength across French colonies, the distant thunder of European artillery suddenly turned colonial subjects from resistance fighters into conscripted soldiers. When World War I began in 1914, France faced a military crisis, forcing it to rely heavily on its vast empire. The scale of colonial mobilization was unmatched. About 600,000 colonial troops were drawn into Europe's bloodbath, including 275,000 North Africans, 190,000 West Africans, and tens of thousands from Indochina, Madagascar, and other territories. These colonial soldiers, particularly the Tir Senegalese from West Africa, found themselves thrust into the worst conditions of modern warfare. French military planners deliberately used them as shock troops in the most dangerous frontline positions at battles like Verdun and the Somme, where they suffered casualty rates over 25%. Despite their sacrifice, these soldiers remained second-class participants in a war supposedly fought for liberty and civilization. Military mobilization reached beyond the battlefield. Over 220,000 colonial workers were brought to France to replace French laborers sent to the front. These men worked in factories, mines, and dockyards, creating an unprecedented flow from colonies to metropolitan France. For many, this was their first exposure to the mother country they had been taught to respect and experience, often showing the contradiction between France's high ideals and the reality of racial prejudice. Even as colonial subjects died on European battlefields, French authorities worked to maintain the illusion of imperial unity and purpose. In 1916, Paris hosted a colonial exhibition designed to showcase colonial contributions to the war effort. The exhibition presented a carefully crafted story of imperial solidarity, while reinforcing racial hierarchies through its portrayal of colonial peoples as exotic, primitive, and dependent on French guidance. The war turned colonial territories themselves into battlegrounds. In Africa, Allied forces, including colonial troops, fought to capture German colonies like Cameroon and Togo. Meanwhile, the Ottoman Empire's entry into the war and declaration of jihad created complex challenges for French authorities in Muslim North Africa, who feared religious solidarity might weaken military recruitment. This forced France to use elaborate policies that kept control while continuing to take manpower from these lands. For colonial subjects who survived the conflict, the war experience created a deep paradox. Men who had seen Europeans slaughter each other in unmatched numbers could no longer accept myths of Western superiority. Those who had fought alongside French soldiers expected recognition and rights matching their sacrifice. Instead, they returned to colonies where discrimination stayed entrenched and their contributions were quickly forgotten. The paradox reached France itself. While celebrations stressed the imperial family fighting together, colonial veterans returned with higher expectations that France either could not or would not meet. This disconnect planted seeds that would later grow into independence movements across the empire. The very men who had fought to preserve the French Empire had, through their exposure to European ideals and European weaknesses, begun to imagine a world beyond colonial rule. Those seeds of discontent, watered by colonial soldiers' blood on European battlefields, erupted into organized resistance movement across the French Empire. While the 1931 Paris Colonial Exhibition showed imperial glory to 8 million visitors, behind romanticized displays grew a storm of nationalist movements that would eventually tear the empire apart. The Paris-Peace Conference of 1919 became a pivotal moment in colonial history. Delegations from Vietnam, Algeria, and other territories came to Versailles with petitions for greater rights or independence inspired by President Wilson's principles of self-determination. Their hopes were quickly crushed as France, far from loosening its grip, tightened control over colonial possessions after the war. In Algeria, the formation of the Etoile Nord-Africaine in 1926 marked a watershed moment. Founded by Algerian workers in France, this organization boldly demanded complete independence decades before the eventual Algerian War. The movement gained ground partly because of France's broken promises to veterans who had fought for the motherland only to return home to continued discrimination. Vietnam saw similar developments with the rise of the Vietnamese Nationalist Party, VNQDD, in 1927. This revolutionary group led the Yen by mutiny of 1930, challenging French authority before being brutally suppressed. That same year, a young revolutionary named Hoc Ninh founded the Indochinese Communist Party, representing a new phase of resistance, combining nationalist hopes with Marxist ideology and international support. Economic hardship during the Great Depression further fueled colonial unrest. As unemployment rose and living conditions worsened, resources kept flowing from colonies to France. This economic exploitation grew harder to justify, especially as educated colonial subjects pointed out the contradiction between French Republican ideals and colonial practices. France made tentative moves toward reform, particularly during the Popular Front government, 1936 to 1938. The Bloom-Violte proposal sought to extend French citizenship to a select group of educated Algerians. However, its failure to pass the French Parliament only strengthened revolutionary feelings. The message was clear: meaningful change would not come through peaceful reform. This lesson was brutally reinforced in Tunisia during 1937 to 1938, when French authorities killed 122 activists demanding constitutional reform. The massacres showed the limits of peaceful protest and the colonial system's resistance to real change, pushing more activists toward revolutionary methods. Even as resistance grew, France tried to maintain the illusion of imperial harmony. The 1931 Paris Colonial Exhibition welcomed over 8 million visitors with elaborate pavilions, showing romanticized versions of colonial cultures. Behind these facades, colonial subjects were categorized, studied, and displayed like exotic specimens, reinforcing racial hierarchies while masking rising unrest. As the decade ended, the contradictions of France's colonial project grew clearer. The empire preached liberty while denying freedom, promised equality while enforcing racial hierarchies, and claimed brotherhood while meeting demands for rights with violence. These contradictions would become impossible to maintain after World War II, but their seeds were firmly planted in the interwar years. The collapse of France in May to June 1940 shattered the illusion of European invincibility across its colonial empire. As German tanks rolled through Paris, the French colonial system, built on the myth of French military superiority, faced an existential crisis. How could colonial subjects continue to respect and fear a power that had surrendered in just 6 weeks? This question echoed from the markets of Dhaka to the rice paddies of Vietnam, fundamentally changing the relationship between France and its overseas lands. France's empire immediately split between competing loyalties. While the Vichy regime under Marshal Pétain kept control of much of North and West Africa, Indochina, and Madagascar, General Charles de Gaulle set up his Free French headquarters in London, declaring France has lost a battle, but France has not lost the war. The colonial chess game began when Free French forces launched operations to take strategic territories like Cameroon, French Equatorial Africa, and Syria from Vichy control. Japan's expansion in Asia created more problems for French colonial authorities. In Indochina, the French colonial administration was forced into a humiliating arrangement keeping daily control while Japanese military forces occupied key positions and took resources. This arrangement lasted until March 9, 1945, when Japan executed a lightning coup disarming French garrisons and jailing colonial officials. This power vacuum gave the perfect chance for Vietnamese nationalists under Ho Chi Minh to organize and prepare for independence. The strategic importance of North Africa led to Operation Torch in November 1940, to when Anglo-American forces landed in Morocco and Algeria. The landings triggered complex reactions among colonial officials and local populations, with some Vichy forces resisting before switching loyalty to the Allies. For many North Africans, seeing powerful American forces arrive while France stayed occupied reinforced growing doubts about French claims of superiority. Colonial soldiers became essential to France's military revival. When de Gaulle needed to rebuild French forces after the Metropolitan Army's collapse, he turned to the Empire. The Free French Army that eventually helped free Europe was largely made of African soldiers. At Monte Cassino in Italy, North African and West African troops fought with distinction in some of the war's toughest mountain combat. During the liberation of Paris in August 1940, for colonial soldiers made about 65% of the French 2nd Armored Division that entered the city first, though many were quickly removed from the victory parade to present a whiter image of French liberation. While France celebrated victory in 1945, colonial subjects expected recognition and reward for their sacrifices. De Gaulle had convened the Brazzaville Conference in 1940, for where limited reforms were proposed for French Africa, but independence stayed explicitly off the table. The message was clear: France meant to keep its empire while offering only minimal concessions. This gap between expectations and reality fueled anti-colonial movements. In Madagascar, growing nationalist feeling erupted into open rebellion in March 1947. Anti-colonial fighters launched coordinated attacks against French military installations and European settlement. France's response was ruthless, sending reinforcements that used torture, summary executions, and forced resettlement. When the uprising was finally suppressed in 1948, between 30,000 and 80,000 Malagasy people had died. As France's colonial troubles mounted in Africa, its once prized possession in Indochina was slipping through its fingers. The battle that would finally break France's imperial spine was not fought in North African deserts or Madagascan jungles, but in a remote Vietnamese valley most French citizens could not even find on a map. World War II had fundamentally changed the colonial equation. When Japan surrendered in 1945, a power vacuum opened in Southeast Asia. Ho Chi Minh seized this moment to declare Vietnam's independence, reading a declaration directly inspired by America's own founding document. France, however, was determined to regain control over what it saw as a jewel of its empire, despite clear signs the colonial era was ending. The conflict that erupted in 1946 showed a profound military mismatch. France deployed modern weapons, aircraft, and professional soldiers, many just finished fighting Nazi Germany. The Viet Minh, meanwhile, started with a ragtag collection of old weapons and improvised explosives. What the Vietnamese lacked in military hardware, they made up for with superior knowledge of the land and overwhelming popular support. The war quickly settled into a devastating pattern. French forces held cities and major highways by day, while Viet Minh fighters ruled the countryside by night. Vietnamese guerrillas mastered the art of ambush, hitting isolated French outposts before fading back into jungle or nearby villages. French military planners badly misjudged the conflict's nature. They prepared for conventional war while facing what was essentially a people's revolution. By 1950, the Cold War had transformed the struggle, with communist China providing crucial weapons and training to the Viet Minh. After Mao Zedong's victory, Soviet advisors offered strategic guidance, turning a local independent movement into an international confrontation. The human cost mounted relentlessly. Colonial troops, including those from Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Senegal, bore the brunt of the fighting. These soldiers fighting to maintain a colonial system that also controlled their own homelands faced particular moral dilemma. Meanwhile, Vietnamese civilians endured bombings for 3 locations and food shortages as the war devastated their land. By 1953, French public opinion had soured on what increasingly seemed an unwinnable war. Military leaders made a fateful decision, setting up a fortified base at Dien Bien Phu near the Laotian border to draw Viet Minh forces into a conventional battle where superior French firepower could win. It proved a catastrophic miscalculation. General Vo Nguyen Giap, the brilliant military strategist leading Viet Minh forces, surrounded the French position with artillery pieces French intelligence believed could not possibly be moved through mountainous jungle. More than 10,000 Vietnamese porters had manually hauled these heavy guns piece by piece across seemingly impassable terrain, assembling them in positions overlooking the French camp. When the assault began in March 1950, for the outcome was nearly certain. For 56 days, Viet Minh forces pounded the French position, gradually overrunning defenses while cutting off air resupply. On May 7th, the garrison surrendered with over 10,000 French soldiers marching into captivity. The psychological impact of the defeat echoed far beyond Vietnam. A European colonial power had been decisively beaten by an Asian independence movement, a result previously thought impossible by Western military planners. The Geneva Conference that followed temporarily split Vietnam at the 17th parallel, with elections scheduled to reunify the country in 1956. The same year, France surrendered at Dien Bien Phu. A new colonial crisis erupted across the Mediterranean. On November 1st, 1950, for the National Liberation Front fell in launched coordinated attacks across Algeria, starting what would become France's most painful decolonization struggle. Unlike Vietnam, Algeria represented something fundamentally different in the French colonial mind. After 132 years of French rule, Algeria was not seen as a mere colony, but an integral part of France itself, divided into 3 French departments and represented in the National Assembly. What made Algeria unique was its complex demographic reality. Over 1 million European settlers, called Pieds Noirs, had built lives there for generations. Many families had lived in Algeria for decades, seeing it as their rightful home. This deep-rooted European presence created a situation unlike any other in France's crumbling empire. The French government's determination to keep Algeria French came not just from strategy or economics, but from the political impossibility of abandoning these French citizens. The conflict quickly escalated into extraordinary brutality on both sides. The FLN used guerrilla tactics, bombing cafes and public spaces used by Europeans while targeting Muslim Algerians they saw as collaborators. The French military response was equally harsh, deploying massive force and controversial counter-insurgency methods. Between 1954 and 1960, to about 300,000 Algerians and 25,000 French died in the fighting, though exact numbers are still disputed. The Battle of Algiers in 1956 to 1957 showed the conflict's intensity. When the FLN started a bombing campaign in Algiers' European quarter, French authorities gave extraordinary powers to the 10th Parachute Division under General Jacques Massu. They systematically sealed off the Kasbah, the city's Muslim quarter, using checkpoints, identity papers, and house-to-house searches to break the FLN network. This brutal urban counter-insurgency included widespread torture, disappearances, and summary executions. Though militarily successful, the methods caused lasting trauma and damaged France's international reputation. By 1958, the Algerian conflict had destabilized France itself. The Fourth Republic collapsed amid fears of a military coup, bringing World War II hero Charles de Gaulle back to power. At first unclear about his plans, de Gaulle promised to keep French Algeria while starting to see the inevitability of Algerian self-determination. This realization put him on a collision course with the PIDE's noisome parts of the military that had backed his return. The war's brutality only intensified. The French built electrified border barriers along the Tunisian and Moroccan frontiers to stop FLN fighters finding sanctuary. Meanwhile, the military moved over 2 million rural Algerians into regroupment centers to separate them from insurgents, creating miserable conditions that further alienated the population. The French deployed over 400,000 troops at the conflict, speak more than they had used in Indochina. By 1961, international pressure mounted against France. Newly independent African nations supported Algeria at the United Nations, while Cold War rivals exploited France's colonial struggles. More importantly, French public opinion had shifted. Conscripted soldiers returned with disturbing war accounts. Intellectuals like Jean-Paul Sartre denounced French actions, and public protests grew. In April 1961, retired generals tried a military coup in Algeria, which de Gaulle crushed through a televised appeal to the nation. With Algeria's independence, France's centuries-long empire ended. Though bits of its overseas territories remained, the dream of a global French empire was over. The same nation that once ruled huge stretches of North America, Africa, the Caribbean and Indochina now found itself redefining its world role. In a bitter irony, many independence movements France had crushed were inspired by the very ideals of liberty, equality and fraternity that shaped France's own revolution. In later years, France shifted from empire to soft power, keeping influence through cultural, economic and military ties with former colonies. By the age of French colonial rule, the age of conquest, expansion and control was finished. France's journey from medieval kingdom to global empire and finally to modern republic has been one of ambition, conflict and reinvention. Its influence, once spread across continents, now endures through culture, diplomacy and legacy. And so this chapter of history slowly fades into the quiet flow of time. Some mysteries remain unanswered and some truths continue to shape our world. We have walked through the past together and learned what it can teach us. If you carry this knowledge forward with you through each day, then the echoes of history will never be lost. Thank you for listening. Until next time, let the past remain alive in your mind. In the quiet corners of history lie tales seldom told, forged by human resilience and missteps alike. And this is one such story. The past we now retrace shall traverse time to reveal the turning point that changed the world. Let us embark upon this journey to visit that ancient era, forgotten yet still echoing in our present. A marriage forged an empire not by sword but by oath. A single treaty, one royal union, forever altered Central Europe's destiny. The Habsburg saga began in 10th century Swiss countryside. Their ancestors, but minor nobility, named for a humble castle, their home lay far from power's heart. Yet they possessed a masterful strategic gift, the art of political marriage. For this family, marriage was not merely an alliance, but the blueprint for building kingdoms. In 1477, Maximilian wed the heir to Burgundy, catapulting the family's destiny. This union not only brought new territories, but signalled the Habsburgs' entry into Europe's pantheon of dynastic powers. From that moment, the Habsburg saga became inextricably woven into the fabric of European history. By the early 16th century, another pivotal marriage brought Spain and its vast colonies under their rule. By the time Charles V ascended the throne, the dynasty's dominions spanned the globe. Their territories stretched from Caribbean plantations to the spice routes of Asia. This expansion made them the first truly global dynasty in history. A famous maxim encapsulated their governance. Let others fight, Austria sits and enjoys the spoils. They often seized power without drawing a sword, yet ambition exacted a price to preserve blood purity. Generations practiced consanguineous marriage. This inbreeding produced the notorious Habsburg jaw, a visual imprint of complex genetics. This distinctive feature, clearly visible in portraits, stands as an enduring genetic warning from royal history. Yet their masterful diplomatic strategy rendered them unstoppable. By the 16th century, save for their arch-rivals in France, nearly every major throne in Europe was occupied by Habsburgs. Their name became synonymous with power, shaping political and cultural landscapes for centuries. Their early history set the distinctive tone for their rule. While other nations expanded territories through warfare, the Habsburgs forged their empire through treaties and arranged marriages within private chambers. Their rise was built upon paper and ink, achieved through a series of masterfully orchestrated unions. From 1438 to 1806, the Habsburgs maintained near uninterrupted dominion over the Holy Roman Empire. They did not rely on military might, but navigated the fragmented framework of the empire with deftness. Securing imperial titles permanently for their lineage stands as the pinnacle of political acumen. The Holy Roman Empire was a patchwork of hundreds of small states, each with its own masters and self-interests. The Habsburgs consolidated their foundations through diplomatic marriages and alliances, elevating their authority above rivals. Charles V, who ascended the throne in 1519, proved an extraordinary monarch. His territories rivaled those of Charlemagne in vastness, encompassing Spain, Austria, the Netherlands, and domains across the Americas and Asia. His wealth and power were unparalleled, with subjects speaking dozens of languages. Governing such an immense empire single-handedly was impossible. Charles thus divided the dynasty into two branches. The Spanish Habsburgs governed the homeland and its colonies, whilst the Austrian Habsburgs controlled the Holy Roman Empire and Central Europe. This division reshaped Europe's political landscape, fostering new rivalries and restructuring the power system. Yet maintaining the Holy Roman Empire proved perpetually fraught. Imperial authority was constrained by the counterbalancing power of princes and electors, local lords fiercely guarding their autonomy. Regions like Saxony and Bavaria frequently acted as independent states. The 1555 Peace of Augsburg sought to quell religious turmoil by permitting each ruler to adopt either Catholicism or Lutheranism for their domains. Though this temporarily eased tensions, it cemented internal divisions within the empire, sowing seeds for future conflict. Despite the empire's lack of centralized authority, the Habsburgs established Vienna as their stronghold. Vienna became a bastion of Catholicism, casting the Habsburgs as defenders of the faith. This image grew increasingly significant as the Protestant Reformation swept across Europe. By aligning themselves with the Catholic cause, they secured Rome's allegiance yet alienated Protestant territories within the empire. Critics derided the Holy Roman Empire as neither Holy Roman nor truly an empire. Yet the Habsburgs transformed this loose confederation of territories into a durable platform for their ambitions. Their success stemmed from shrewd calculation and pragmatic governance rather than brute force. The system they established allowed their influence to flourish amidst the empire's fragmentation. Amidst Europe's shifting dynastic rivalries, they steadfastly maintained their foundations. Their enduring association with the Holy Roman Empire made the Habsburg name synonymous with European politics. Even as waves of reform and rising nationalism surged, the Habsburgs remained at the core, guiding their house through turbulent times. For centuries, the Habsburgs and the Ottoman Empire vied for supremacy. Central and southeastern Europe became the contested frontier. This was not merely a territorial dispute, but a clash of civilizations, a confrontation between Christian Europe and the Islamic Ottoman Empire. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 sent shockwaves through the Christian world. Ottoman forces swept through the Balkans, advancing directly to the Habsburgs' doorstep. Hungary emerged as the crucial buffer zone for the Habsburgs. This threat challenged not only their ambitions, but also tested their mission to safeguard the Christian world. The first siege of Vienna in 1529 revealed the Ottoman peril. Under Suleiman the Magnificent, vast armies marched directly upon the Habsburg capital. Though the city was not taken, its narrow escape exposed Vienna's vulnerability. Over a century later, the Second Siege of Vienna in 1683 brought the crisis to a head. This marked the Ottoman Empire's most formidable advance into Central Europe. The defensive campaign united Allied forces led by Polish King Jan Sobieski. On the 12th of September, a decisive cavalry charge broke the siege, securing a dramatic victory for Christian forces. This triumph became a symbol of unity against Ottoman ambitions. Subsequently, Habsburg armies launched a counteroffensive southwards during the Great Turkish War. Between 1683 and 1699, they reclaimed lost territories in Hungary and the Balkans, reversing Ottoman expansion. The 1699 Treaty of Karlowitz ended hostilities, placing Hungary under Habsburg rule. This treaty reshaped Central Europe, elevating Austria to regional power status. For the first time in centuries, the Habsburg dynasty gained dominance, forcing the Ottoman Empire into retreat. The 1683 siege left an unexpected legacy. Retreating Ottoman forces abandoned sacks of coffee beans. Local law claims this act inaugurated Vienna's renowned café culture. Though the earliest coffee houses may predate this event, coffee's connection to Viennese life traces back to this moment. A sliver of solace amid brutal warfare. The Habsburgs framed their conflicts with the Ottomans as righteous wars defending Christianity. This narrative elevated their standing across Europe, casting them as a bulwark against Eastern powers. Yet these wars exacted a heavy toll in lives and resources, exhausting successive generations of government. Nevertheless, the narrative of victory and defence cemented the legitimacy of their imperial rule. For centuries, these conflicts defined their foreign policy and international image. As rulers of a frontier empire, they perpetually shielded Europe from Eastern threats. Their survival and eventual supremacy demonstrated extraordinary resilience and adaptability. Beyond military strategy, they excelled at transforming struggle into enduring symbolism, a craft that ran through their long history. The 30 Years' War, 1618-1648, began as a local dispute yet engulfed most of Europe. At its core lay the religious conflict between Catholicism and Protestantism. Yet as great powers sought to weaken the Habsburg dynasty, the war evolved into a political contest. For Central Europe, particularly the German principalities, the conflict brought catastrophic consequences. The war commenced with a dramatic event in 1618, the defenestration of Prague. Protestant nobles hurled two Catholic envoys of Holy Roman Emperor Ferdinand II from a castle window. Both men miraculously survived. This act shattered the religious peace under Habsburg rule, igniting the Bohemian Revolt. The devout Catholic Ferdinand II viewed it as a challenge to his authority, thus launching a campaign to restore Catholic supremacy. The Habsburgs initially achieved resounding victories, such as routing the Bohemian Protestant army at the Battle of White Mountain in 1620. Yet as the conflict spread, these gains rapidly unravelled. Protestant states perceived Ferdinand's actions as an infringement upon their liberties. External powers seized the opportunity to intervene. In 1630, Sweden, a Protestant nation under King Gustavus Adolphus, entered the war. Even the Catholic nation of France allied with Sweden to contain Habsburg influence. Political factors gradually overshadowed religious ones, transforming the war into a contest for European supremacy. As time passed, devastation spread. Armies rampaged across the empire's territories, pillaging towns and leaving famine and plague in their wake. The war's toll on the population was staggering. Germany lost approximately 20% of its population, with some regions halved. Villages lay in ruins, survivors plunged into abject poverty. The 1648 Peace of Westphalia ended hostilities with a series of treaties reshaping Europe's political landscape. The treaties established national sovereignty, permitting rulers to freely choose the religion of their domains. This move eroded the authority of the Holy Roman Emperor, a position held by the Habsburgs for centuries. Though retaining the imperial title, they lost effective control over most imperial principalities. Post-war, the Habsburgs pivoted, strategically shifting focus to consolidating hereditary territories, Austria, Bohemia, and Hungary. This pivot sowed the seeds for their next century's power centre, the Austrian Empire. The 30 Years' War profoundly reshaped governance. The Treaty of Westphalia ended the bloody conflict and laid the foundations for modern diplomacy. For the Habsburgs, this marked both defeat and rebirth. It compelled them to abandon dreams of a unified empire, yet propelled them to forge a stronger core in the East. This strategic realignment proved crucial to their survival. The death of Emperor Charles VI in 1740 sparked the War of the Austrian Succession. His pragmatic sanction issued during his lifetime secured the succession for his daughter Maria Theresa. Most European monarchs had agreed to recognise her claim during his lifetime. Yet upon the emperor's demise, rivals sensed an opportunity. This 8-year conflict defined the early years of Maria Theresa's reign. Frederick the Great of Prussia acted swiftly. In December 1740, mere months after Charles's death, he invaded the resource-rich Habsburg province of Silesia. This incursion shattered Europe's fragile peace, drawing Britain, France, Spain, and the Dutch Republic into the fray. For Maria Theresa, the situation was daunting. At just 23 and lacking any governing experience, she was widely underestimated, yet she refused to yield. In 1741, she journeyed personally to Hungary seeking aid. Cradling her infant son, she made an impassioned, tearful plea for loyalty and military support. The Hungarian nobles responded immediately, "We are willing to die for Queen Maria Theresa." This crucial support enabled her to consolidate her rule and launch a counter-offensive. Yet Frederick the Great's military genius was undeniable. Prussia defeated Austria at the Battle of Mollwitz, securing control over Silesia. The 1748 Treaty of Aachen brought the war to an end. Peace returned, yet Silesia remained Prussian territory. This defeat proved both a personal blow and a political catastrophe, one Maria Theresa never forgot. While the treaty halted hostilities, it failed to resolve the underlying issues. The decades-long confrontation between Austria and Prussia profoundly shaped the political landscape of Europe. Yet this conflict demonstrated Maria Theresa's extraordinary governing talent. In a male-dominated era, she pioneered paths of reform and modernisation. After 1748, she radically transformed the Austrian army through innovative training and efficiency enhancements. Implemented tax reforms to increase revenue while reducing dependence on the feudal system. Centralised administration weakened aristocratic power, laying foundations for a modern bureaucratic state. Maria Theresa's legacy extended far beyond the battlefield. She was the Habsburg dynasty's first and only female sovereign and its most iconic figure. Her reforms shaped the destiny of generations of Austrians. She bore 16 children, including Marie Antoinette, who later became Queen of France. Most significantly, her reign demonstrated the resilience of monarchy at a time when the dynasty teetered on the brink of collapse. This conflict tested her, yet cemented her status as one of the era's most formidable leaders. Her son, Joseph II, ascended as Holy Roman Emperor in 1765 and became sole ruler of Habsburg territories by 1780. This new breed of monarch, influenced by Enlightenment thought, styled himself the philosopher king, placing reason at the heart of governance. He implemented one of Europe's most ambitious reform programs, envisioning a modern, centralised state where tradition yielded to efficiency, equality and progress. Yet his ideals proved too radical for most subjects. The abolition of serfdom stood as one bold reform Joseph believed the people should not be shackled by feudal society. Through serfdom abolition, he aimed to grant peasants economic freedom. This move threatened the aristocracy who depended on serf labour. For peasants, however, freedom proved a double-edged sword. Many found themselves in dire straits within a rural economy still biased towards landowners. Religious tolerance formed another cornerstone of his rule. The Edict of Tolerance, enacted in 1781, granted new rights to Protestants, Jews and other groups. They gained the freedom to worship openly and access previously denied educational and professional opportunities. This pioneering measure shocked conservative elements within the Catholic Church. Many clergy viewed it as an assault upon their faith. Joseph expanded state control over education. Standardizing schools made learning more accessible across social strata. He also curtailed ecclesiastical influence by closing monasteries deemed unproductive. Their wealth was redistributed to public welfare institutions like schools and hospitals. Joseph maintained religion belonged to the private sphere, and the state should not subsidize institutions lacking public value. Yet numerous reforms met fierce resistance. His drive for legal unification and linguistic standardization alienated multi-ethnic communities in Hungary and elsewhere. Uprisings erupted in the Austrian Netherlands as reforms clashed with local customs. Intriguingly, Joseph once disguised himself as Count Falkenstein to conduct incognito visits among the populace. He yearned to witness reform outcomes first-hand rather than merely receiving reports. Yet many changes were implemented hastily, leaving the populace scant room to adapt. This top-down approach exacerbated tensions within the multi-ethnic empire. By his death in 1790, most of his reform agenda remained unfulfilled. His successor Leopold II overturned numerous policies to quell unrest and stabilise the empire. Joseph's vision transcended his era, yet the chasm between idealism and reality ultimately sealed his fate. Nevertheless, his reign remains a compelling chapter of transformation in Habsburg history, a collision of grand ideals with the harsh realities of governing a vast diverse domain. The Napoleonic Wars of 1803-1815 swept across Europe, shattering the old order. For the Habsburgs, this marked the end of nearly 4 centuries of rule over the Holy Roman Empire. The wars tested Austria's resilience, compelling its rulers to reform antiquated feudal structures. Rarely has a period been so turbulent and decisive. Austria had stood firm against Napoleon's rise. As Holy Roman Emperor, Francis II viewed revolutionary France as a threat, joining the anti-French coalition to contain Napoleon. Yet Austria's early efforts proved futile. The Battle of Austerlitz in 1805 became one of Napoleon's most resounding victories in this battle of the 3 emperors. Napoleon confronted the combined forces of Austria and Russia. Despite numerical superiority, the Allied armies were tactically overwhelmed by French forces, suffering a humiliating defeat. For Francis, this was not merely a military setback, but a profound undermining of the empire's foundations. In 1806, under Napoleonic pressure, France took the unprecedented step of dissolving the Holy Roman Empire. Napoleon had already reorganised the imperial states into the Confederation of the Rhine, a vassal alliance to France. France's abolition of the empire aimed to halt Napoleon's further expansion. France relinquished the title of Holy Roman Emperor, becoming Emperor Francis I of the newly established Austrian Empire. This transformation triggered seismic shifts in Europe's political landscape and the Habsburgs' sense of identity. The empire's demise marked both the closing chapter of history and the dawn of a new one. Austria suffered repeated defeats during the Napoleonic Wars. The Battle of Wagram in 1809 dealt another crushing blow. Napoleon's forces breached Austrian defences, compelling Franz to sign the humiliating Treaty of Schönbrunn. Austria lost territories, including parts of present-day Croatia and Slovenia, leaving it politically isolated. In 1810, Franz unexpectedly arranged the marriage of his daughter Marie-Louise to Napoleon. This move aimed to secure a truce granting Austria respite while binding the Habsburg dynasty to Napoleon's legacy. The French emperor briefly became a member of the Habsburg family. Yet as Napoleon's power waned, Austria's fortunes reversed. Following catastrophic losses in Russia, Napoleon faced a reconstituted anti-French coalition. Austria played a pivotal role in the final campaign at the Battle of Leipzig, Battle of the Nations. In 1813, a vast coalition, including Austrian forces, dealt Napoleon a decisive blow. 2 years later, the Battle of Waterloo brought his reign to an end. Though Austrian troops did not participate in the final confrontation, the empire laid the groundwork for his downfall. The Napoleonic Wars compelled Austria to confront its inherent weaknesses. Defeat exposed vulnerabilities in both military capabilities and governance. The Habsburg rulers promptly initiated sweeping reforms, army modernization, professionalization of the bureaucracy, and strengthening of diplomatic power. This transformation laid the foundations for Austria as a centralized state dismantling the old feudal structure. Though stripped of the Holy Roman Emperor title, the Habsburgs gained a clearer national vision. Even the discarded imperial crown remained in France's possession. Today, it rests in Vienna, a testament to the dynasty's survival, adaptation, and resilience. War destroyed one of Europe's oldest empires, yet opened a new chapter for Austria. In 1804, Emperor Francis II's decision reshaped the Habsburgs' future. Faced with Napoleon's self-proclamation as Emperor of France, Francis promptly established a new title for himself, becoming Emperor Francis I of Austria. This act formally established the Austrian Empire, uniting the Habsburg hereditary lands under a single crown. This move both countered Napoleon's ambitions and signalled the Habsburgs' redefined conception of power. Freed from the constraints of the Holy Roman Empire, France established a new imperial identity grounded in pragmatism. The new Austrian Empire consolidated Austria, Bohemia, Hungary, and other regions of Central and Eastern Europe. These territories were unified for the first time under a single imperial framework, shedding the loose constraints of outdated institutions. Unlike the decentralized governance of its predecessors, the Austrian Empire aimed to consolidate power through centralization. Yet ruling this multi-ethnic, multilingual realm remained perpetually challenging. From Hungarians to Croats to Czechs, its population was profoundly diverse. Striving for equilibrium between regional aspirations and central ambitions would perpetually test the Habsburg dynasty. It is noteworthy that the Austrian Empire coexisted with the Holy Roman Empire for 2 years, between 1804 and 1806. France held the titles of both empires. The Holy Roman Empire had become a fragmented remnant, whereas the Austrian Empire represented the territories France genuinely controlled. When the Holy Roman Empire dissolved under Napoleonic pressure in 1806, Franz's earlier proclamations secured the Habsburgs' status and authority. This foresight enabled the dynasty to navigate Europe's most turbulent era. The choice to proclaim the Austrian Empire reflected broader political shifts. The feudal system was waning, while modern nation-minor states with centralized power were becoming the norm. By establishing the Austrian Empire, Franz enabled the Habsburgs to maintain influence as other dynasties declined. Yet the creation of this new polity also exposed profound challenges. The empire's multi-minor ethnic composition proved both an asset and a liability. Hungarians retained strong national identity and frequently resisted Vienna's policies. Similarly, Bohemian Czechs grappled with the tension between imperial loyalty and local aspirations. These contradictions revealed the limitations of imposing centralized authority upon a culturally fragmented state. Nevertheless, the Austrian Empire marked a pivotal strategic shift for the Habsburg. They no longer ruled a medieval patchwork of kingdoms, but instead presided over a centralized, bureaucratic empire designed for modern Europe. Yet survival demanded constant adaptation. The looming specters of nationalism, industrious Ireland, and military rivalry threatened the empire's cohesion. Nevertheless, the 1804 proclamation remained a boldly forward-looking act. It enabled the Habsburg dynasty to perpetuate its influence and historical legacy within a world reshaped by power and progress. Following Napoleon's defeat in 1815, Europe faced reconstruction. The Vienna Congress, dominated by the great powers, aimed to restore order after revolutionary upheaval. Under the leadership of Chancellor Prince Clemens von Metternich, Austria emerged as a dominant force in shaping the post-Napoleonic era. Metternich's vision was conservative, restoring monarchies, maintaining the balance of power, and curbing liberal, nationalist movements. For Austria, stability was paramount. The Congress of Vienna became the grand stage where monarchs and diplomats negotiated Europe's future. Metternich's objective was to secure Austria's central position within the new political order. He relied on diplomacy rather than military action, emphasizing legitimacy and monarchical rule. He advocated restoring hereditary governance and reversing revolutionary ideals. His assertion that European stability depended on traditional institutions was largely accepted. The Congress reshaped the map of Europe. Austria gained new territories in Italy, reclaiming Lombardy and Veneto. This provided economic resources and consolidated its presence in southern Europe. Austria also became the dominant force in the newly established German Confederation, a loose alliance of German-speaking states replacing the Holy Roman Empire, though offering only limited unification. The Confederation enabled Austria to maintain control over its German-speaking neighbor, counterbalancing its rival Prussia. A pivotal outcome was the European Constat, elective diplomatic mechanism established by major powers including Austria, Prussia, Russia, and Britain. Through regular communication and coordination, it aimed to prevent conflict and maintain the balance of power. Under Metternich's leadership, Austria excelled within this system. The concert successfully prevented large minor-scale continental wars for decades, representing a noble experiment in diplomatic cooperation. Metternich's vision transcended the confines of treaties. He saw himself as guardian of the established order, a bulwark against revolution. To implement his vision, Austria became the hub of reactionary policy. Censorship, surveillance and suppression of dissent became Metternich's tool. Secret police monitored political activity, with critics facing imprisonment or exile. This Metternich system sought to extinguish revolutionary sparks before they ignited. Yet the cost was steep. Nationalist, unliberal movements did not perish instead. They surged underground, growing ever stronger. During the Congress, the Russian-led Holy Alliance emerged, supported by Austria and Prussia. This loose pact championed Christian values and upheld monarchical rule. Though more symbolic than substantive, it demonstrated Austria's commitment to conservative principles. Under Metternich, Austria became the moral leader of Europe's reactionary forces. Even as murmurs of domestic rebellion grew louder, the Congress of Vienna served as a testing ground for diplomacy and power management. It pioneered innovations like standardized negotiation timetables, laying the framework for modern international summits. Austria maintained its great power status through shrewd governance rather than warfare. The stability forged by the Congress delayed major continental conflict, yet the simmering tensions would ultimately shape the revolutionary future. For Austria, the Congress preserved the empire's borders but bequeathed a legacy of oppression and resistance passed down through generations. In 1848, revolutionary waves swept across Europe. At its very heart lay the Austrian Empire, ruled by the aging Chancellor Metternich, whose harsh policies symbolized stubborn resistance to change. Calls for reform grew ever louder in Vienna. Liberals demanded freedom of the press, constitutional government, and the abolition of censorship. On 13 March, protests escalated into riots as students, workers, and the middle classes poured into the streets. As the crowd charged government troops, Metternich fled to Britain under cover of night. His departure signaled the collapse of the conservative order upheld since the Congress of Vienna. Yet Vienna was merely the beginning. A wave of nationalism spread to the empire's peripheries. Hungary's autonomy movement was led by the charismatic lawyer and journalist Lajos Kossuth. On 15 March, Kossuth presented the 12 demands calling for civil liberties, an independent government, and Hungarian unity, ultimately evolving into a declaration of independence. The newly formed Hungarian National Guard mobilized, threatening the Habsburg monarchy's unity. Unrest also brewed in other regions. Czech nationalists in Bohemia demanded expanded political representation. In northern Italy, Lombardy and Venetia erupted, inspired by dreams of Italian unification. For the Habsburg, these simultaneous uprisings posed an existential threat, fragmenting imperial forces. The Hungarian crisis proved most urgent. Under Kossuth's leadership, the Hungarian parliament enacted bold reform, including the abolition of serfdom. Encouraged by this success, Kossuth formed a nationalist army, transforming reform into armed resistance. Vienna's initial attempts to suppress the rebellion failed. Faced with mounting pressure, the monarchy sought external aid. They turned to Russia. Nicholas I was eager to demonstrate our tolerance for revolution. By summer 1849, a 140,000-strong Russian army entered Hungary. By August, Russian and Austrian forces had utterly crushed Hungarian resistance. Yet Austria paid a heavy price for this stability. The revolution exposed irreparable fractures within the empire. Hungarians, Czechs, Italians, Croats and other diverse peoples no longer regarded Habsburg authority as unshakable. The demands of these peoples revealed the dilemmas of governing a multi-minus ethnic empire in an era of national awakening. Though the flames were extinguished, the embers continued to smolder in the shadows. After 1848, the young Franz Joseph I ascended the throne. The subsequent decade ushered in a new era of Austrian absolutism, maintaining imperial unity through severe authoritarianism. Elsewhere, 1848 remains etched as a hopeful moment, the spring of nations. Yet in Austria, this movement became a bitter lesson in the cost of division. Though the monarchy endured, the events signaled that nationalism and liberal reforms could not be suppressed indefinitely. Austria won the battle, yet the war to preserve imperial cohesion was far from over. In 1866, the simmering rivalry between Austria and Prussia over dominance in the German-speaking world finally erupted. Standing grievances continued to ferment. The joint administration of the Duchy of Schleswig-Holstein, ceded by Denmark, provided Prussian Chancellor Bismarck with a pretext to provoke conflict. Bismarck deliberately framed Austria as an obstacle to German unification, meticulously orchestrating territorial disputes. The conflict ultimately escalated into open warfare. The Austro-Prussian War, later termed the 7 Weeks' War, erupted in June 1866. Austria fielded a larger, more traditionally organized army. Yet Prussia held technological and organizational advantages. Prussian military reforms included adopting modern breech-loading rifles, enabling soldiers to outpace Austrian routes and rate of fire. Prussia also leveraged railways for troop deployment and maneuverability, demonstrating decisive speed. Modern Prussian innovation countered Austria's antiquated methods. On 3 July 1866, the conflict culminated in the Battle of Königgrätz, also known as the Battle of Sadowa. Despite numerical superiority, the Austrian forces were outmaneuvered by Prussian encirclement tactics and ultimately routed, forced into retreat. The Austrians left tens of thousands of casualties in their wake. This crushing defeat severely damaged Austria's prestige, heralding Prussia's rise in industry's Ireland's transformation of warfare. Following Königgrätz, Austria was compelled to seek peace. Bismarck refrained from demanding harsher terms. He excluded Austria from German affairs while avoiding destabilizing the region entirely. A weakened Austria risked provoking French or Russian intervention. Jeopardizes Bismarck's long-term strategy. The Treaty of Prague, signed that same year, expelled Austria from the German Confederation. It was replaced by the North German Confederation, dominated by Prussia, an alliance of northern states. This marked a decisive turning point in Central Europe's balance of power, ending Austria's centuries-long dominance over German affairs. Prussia's leadership in the German-speaking world became unassailable, laying the groundwork for German unification under Emperor Wilhelm I in 1871. For Austria, the repercussions extended far beyond diplomacy. Domestically, the war intensified pressure for reform. Hungary seized the opportunity presented by the weakened imperial state to renew demands for autonomy. Hungarian leaders had long opposed centralization, and the defeat made it harder for the Vienna government to exert pressure. This discontent culminated in the 1867 Austro-Hungarian Compromise, which reshaped the empire's structure. Austria ceased to be a unitary state, transforming instead into a dual monarchy sharing power with Hungary. The two regions exercised autonomy in domestic affairs, while maintaining unified foreign policy and defense. The Austro-Prussian War signaled the end of Austria's era. It ceased to be the core power of the German-speaking world, instead pivoting towards the southeast to focus on consolidating its fragile multi-ethnic empire. While Bismarck viewed Prussia's victory as a stepping stone towards German unification, this war exposed Austria's vulnerability. It was no longer a dominant power, but a multi-ethnic empire struggling to survive in an era of surging nationalism. By 1867, the Austrian Empire stood at a crossroads. Defeat in the Austro-Prussian War had shattered its influence in Germany, forcing rulers to confront mounting domestic pressures. The greatest pressure emanated from Hungary, where nationalist aspirations had been simmering since 1848. After years of resistance, continued centralized rule by the Habsburgs would inevitably precipitate upheaval. Compromise, not suppression, would determine the empire's survival. This culminated in the 1867 Compromise Act and Mark Agreement establishing the dual monarchy of Austria and Hungary. The empire was thus restructured into a dual monarchy. The newly formed Austro-Hungarian Empire split into two distinct parts, Austria and Hungary. Each possessed its own parliament, prime minister, and administrative system, yet core domains such as foreign policy, military affairs, and finance remained coordinated by joint ministries. Emperor Franz Joseph I continued as dual monarch of Austria and Hungary, symbolizing a fragile unity. For Hungary, the compromise represented a victory. Decades of struggle had borne fruit, securing significant autonomy within the Habsburg realm. Hungarian leaders gained the ability to formulate policies bypassing Vienna's central bureaucracy. Yet the agreement had limitations. Other ethnic groups within the empire, Czech, Croats, Romanians, and Slovaks, were excluded, fueling discontent. These communities viewed the dual monarchy as a concession to Hungarian nationalism achieved at their expense, breeding resentment that deepened over time. The very structure of the dual monarchy reflected its survivalist nature. Having lost its dominance in German territories, Austria's most pressing need was stability. By appeasing Hungary, the Habsburgs sought to consolidate the empire's eastern borders and maintain rule over its diverse subjects. This strategy proved effective for a time. Relative peace prevailed within the empire for decades thereafter. A common front policy enabled the Austro-Hungarian Empire to exert influence on the international stage, though far from flawless. This arrangement allowed the monarchy to endure in an era of surging nationalist movement. Critics denounced the empire as a patchwork state, citing its inefficiency and institutional fragmentation. Austria and Hungary operated almost in parallel, each possessing its own legal system and language policy. The military structure mirrored this division. Unity on paper was torn apart by cultural and linguistic differences, creating internal divisions. The dual-minus capital system highlighted a fragile equilibrium. Vienna and Budapest stood as independent centers of power, a rare occurrence in political history. This symbolized profound division. Administrative priorities frequently clashed, and cooperation proved arduous. A major flaw lay in neglecting the aspirations of Slavic communities. These majority populations watched as Hungary gained autonomy, while their own aspirations were coldly dismissed. Czech leaders vigorously pursued similar agreements to achieve Bohemian self-rule, but faced obstruction from both Vienna and Budapest. This sense of exclusion sowed seeds for future turmoil, with discontent among non-Hungarian ethnic groups steadily fermenting. Though hailed as a pragmatic solution, the dual monarchy quietly eroded imperial cohesion. By elevating Hungary while neglecting diverse communities, the Habsburgs laid foundations for instability. At the time, the Austro-Hungarian Empire appeared unshakable. Despite its flaws, the 1867 Compromise reshaped imperial governance, offering coexistence amid the age of nationalism. Yet, as the 20th century approached, the simmering fissures could no longer be ignored. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, born in 1867, was an experiment in survival. Nominally, a dual monarchy comprising Austria, also known as Sea Islet and Hungary, or Transylvania. Each entity maintained its own government, parliament, legal system, and administrative authority, yet remained interconnected through a common monarch. Emperor Franz Joseph V of Austria and King of Hungary. To preserve unity, foreign policy, military affairs, and specific official matters were jointly managed through the Vienna ministries. This balancing act created a state that was both unified and fragmented, reflecting the paradox of governing a diverse population. Austria's population was as mosaic-like as a patchwork quilt. German, Czech, Polish, Ukrainian, Italian, Slovenian, and more. Hungarian territories encompassed Slovaks, Croats, Serbs, Romanians, and other ethnic groups. This diversity presented persistent governance challenges. Though nominally subjects of the same realm, most groups held scant influence in governance. Political power remained concentrated in the hands of German-speaking Austrians and Hungarians Magyars. These two dominant groups dictated policy, marginalizing other communities. The government made limited concessions, such as granting cultural autonomy to Czechs. Yet widespread discontent simmered beneath the surface. Hungary imposed harsh rule over its territories, enforcing Mag-Orisian policies that suppressed local languages and identities. The dual monarchy possessed modernized institutions. A rapidly expanding railway network linked Vienna, Budapest, Prague, and Krakow, facilitating trade and transport. An efficient civil service managed the vast bureaucracy. The legal system was codified and refined, integrating the fragmented medieval legal framework. Yet political deadlock plagued both halves of the empire. The Austrian Diet frequently ground to a halt over disputes between German and Czech representatives. Hungary's legislature focused on preserving Hungarian supremacy over other ethnic groups. Language thus became a focal point of contention. German dominated Austrian government affairs, while disputes over linguistic rights within Hungary caused political paralysis. Military organization presented another challenge. The imperial army was nominally unified, yet its rank structure still reflected ethnic diversity and fragmentation. German, Hungarian and Czech were the three official languages of command, though soldiers informally used dozens of languages. This linguistic mosaic highlighted the Austro-Hungarian Empire's core paradox. It was both an empire reliant on multi-ethnic cooperation and one mired in division, rendering genuine cohesion almost illusory. Conscription often bypassed regions with weak loyalty to the monarch, leading to imbalanced military unit composition. Franz Joseph I became a rare unifying force within this fragmented system. His lengthy reign from 1848 to 1916 provided continuity for an empire defined by compromise. Though Franz Joseph formed the core of imperial identity, he increasingly relied on bureaucracy and advisory councils. As nationalist movements gained momentum, secret negotiations and backdoor politics became routine tools for maintaining order. Censorship and surveillance were employed to suppress dissent, fostering an atmosphere of unease. Despite strenuous efforts to preserve unity, the empire's structure remained fundamentally flawed. Critics denounced its system as excessively complex and inefficient, citing parallel governments and conflicting priorities as evidence of its dysfunction. For many, the dual monarchy symbolized an empire clinging to borrowed time, merely postponing its inevitable collapse. Yet for half a century, the Austro-Hungarian Empire avoided major internal fractures, demonstrating a fragile yet enduring resilience. Yet the demands of its diverse populace remained perpetually unresolved, lying dormant until the next crisis would deepen the fissures beneath the surface. Franz Joseph I occupies an extraordinary place in history as one of Europe's longest reigning monarchs. His reign spanned 60-8 years, from 1848 to 1916. Amidst waves of turbulent change, he became the symbol of the empire's tenacious survival. He ascended the throne at 18 amidst the revolutionary storms of 1848. His uncle Ferdinand I abdicated after failing to suppress the uprisings, assuming power during the empire's most turbulent period. Franz Joseph's foremost task was to shore up its crumbling foundations. Despite his youth, he projected an image of order, dedicated to restoring imperial authority. Deeply influenced by Jesuit education and imbued with a profound sense of duty towards the Habsburg mission, Franz Joseph was profoundly conservative in his outlook. He firmly believed in the divine right of kings, viewing himself as the guardian of an empire spanning dozens of nations and vast territories. His dedication extended to the minute details. He was renowned for devoting considerable time to state correspondence and military affairs, a practice he maintained into his later years. He adhered to a strict daily routine, working up to 12 hours a day, demonstrating equally rigorous self-discipline towards others. This regularity extended to his private life. Despite the palace being equipped with modern conveniences such as lifts, Franz Joseph steadfastly refused to use them, maintaining stair climbing as a personal principle. Despite his consistent leadership style, the empire underwent a profound transformation under his rule. At the outset of his reign, the Austrian Empire remained an absolute monarchy, vigorously suppressing liberal and nationalist movements. Over decades, the empire evolved into the Austro-Hungarian Empire, a dual monarchy, dividing governance between Austria and Hungary. Though Franz Joseph reluctantly accepted these changes, he conceded only when defeat or crisis compelled compromise. He was no reformer, yet he understood modernisation as essential for survival. During his reign, the Austro-Hungarian Empire industrialized, Its railway network expanded, and Vienna transformed into a cultural hub. These advances fostered an illusion of prosperity, while ethnic tensions simmered beneath the surface. Despite his stern governance, Franz Joseph's personal life was marked by tragedy. His brother Maximilian's failed bid for the Mexican throne ended in capture and execution. The dark chapter. More devastating was the 1889 demise of his only son, Crown Prince Rudolf. Rudolf and his mistress Metibers are death at a hunting lodge on the Main River, shocking the empire and severing Franz Joseph's direct male line of succession. In 1898, the beloved Empress Sisi was assassinated. These personal tragedies deeply affected him, yet he seldom allowed grief to interfere with his official duties. By the outbreak of the First World War in 1914, Franz Joseph had become a relic of an era past. Having ascended to the throne in the age of monarchies, he now faced a world reshaped by nationalism, war and democratic ideals. Despite his advanced years, he remained steadfast as the stabilizing head of state for an empire teetering on the brink. His death in 1916 signified not only the end of his reign, but also heralded the twilight of traditional European monarchies. For decades he had held together the fragile Austro-Hungarian Empire. Yet his passing exposed the empire to the forces that would soon tear it apart. His historical legacy remains inextricably linked to the fate of the empire he strove to preserve throughout his life. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was a realm that viewed its diversity both as a source of strength and a root of conflict. Its territories were home to over a dozen major ethnic groups: Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Slovaks, Poles, Ukrainians, Croats, Serbs, Romanians, Italians, Slovenes, and others. Daily life resembled a splendid tapestry, woven with diverse languages, religions, and cultural traditions. Yet beneath this vibrancy lay a stratified power structure. The ruling classes, German, minor-speaking Austrians, and Hungarians, enjoyed disproportionate political and economic influence, marginalizing the majority of the population and deepening resentment. The empire's refusal to engage in dialogue with minority groups persistently fueled tensions. In Bohemia, Czech leaders demanded recognition of their language and culture alongside German. Their calls for equality met hostility from Vienna's German, minor-speaking elite. Galicia witnessed a similar narrative. Poles sought autonomy, while Ukrainian minorities advocated for basic linguistic education rights. Conflict in the Balkans proved particularly acute. Croats, Serbs and other Yugoslav peoples began embracing broader pan-Slavic identities, bolstered by support for neighboring Russia. These efforts towards cultural and political autonomy were met with harsh rebuffs or violent suppression by governments fearful of autonomy spreading beyond Hungary's borders. Linguistic governance issues continually exacerbated tensions. Throughout most of the empire's history, German remained the dominant language of administration and the military. Yet, as nationalism rose, cultural identity became a core demand for the minus-Germanic group. Hungary's aggressive Magyarician policy proved particularly emblematic. Authorities sought to establish Hungarian as the primary language in school, government, and social life, suppressing minority languages like Slovak, Romanian, and Croatian. The resulting discontent not only created drifts between Hungarians and minorities, but also strained relations between Hungary and Austria. Their leaders held fundamental disagreements on managing the turbulent situation. The imperial parliament became an arena for national grievances. Representatives of various ethnic groups clashed fiercely over language rights, land reform, and representation, plunging the parliament into chaos. With as many as 10 languages spoken, communication remained perpetually obstructed and agendas perpetually delayed. One debate dragged on for 3 days, solely due to translation issue, as delegates refused to agree on a common working language. This deadlock underscored the political landscape's fractured nature. Concurrently, ideologies like pan-Slavism flourished from the late 19th to early 20th century, rooted in a shared Slavic identity and bolstered by Russian backing. Pan-Slavism advocated for the unity of Slavic peoples against German or Hungarian domination. This ideology posed an existential threat to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, particularly in the South Slavic regions where Serbs dreamt of unification with Serbia to the south. For Vienna and Budapest, Pan-Slavism represented both an external threat from Serbia and Russia and a source of internal unrest. By the early 20th century, nationalism had become a pervasive force within the empire. This was no longer an isolated demand for regional concessions, but a systemic challenge to cohesion. Yet the Habsburg rulers intensified centralization, fearing that granting autonomy to any group would trigger a domino effect leading to the empire's disintegration. This intransigence exacerbated divisions. Minorities viewed the Austro-Hungarian Empire as a conservative state resistant to change. As European nationalist movements gained strength, the Habsburg dynasty's outdated governance system grew increasingly fragile. Initial demands for linguistic rights and local autonomy gradually evolved into visions of complete independence. This empire, once celebrated for its balanced pluralism, now found itself surrounded by forces beyond its control. Nationalism, whether stirred from within or without, lay at the heart of these contradictions. What had been manageable fissures gradually transformed into widening fault lines, threatening to tear the Austro-Hungarian Empire apart. This disintegration stemmed not from a single event, but from decades of suppressed aspirations reaching a critical mass. Despite the political fragility of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, its economy presented a starkly different picture, particularly from the late 19th to the early 20th century. The empire's vast territory and increasing industry as Tyrol propelled key regions to flourish, making it a driving force in Europe's economy. Cities like Vienna, Budapest, and Prague became focal points of transformation. Heavy industry flourished in Bohemia and Moravia. Bohemian textiles and glass manufacturing thrived, supplying both domestic and international markets. Moravian coal mining and metallurgy rose to prominence, cementing its status as an industrial powerhouse. Railways became the backbone of modernization. The Austro-Hungarian Empire built Europe's second-largest continental railway network, surpassed only by Germany's. This network linked Vienna with Adriatic ports such as Trieste. Not only did it accelerate the movement of people and goods, but it also conferred military advantages. Troops could be swiftly deployed to remote provinces. Trieste, as a major seaport, became a vital economic gateway for Mediterranean trade. The port of Rijeka in Croatia, formerly known as Fiume, serving as Hungary's counterpart port, likewise prospered by facilitating international commerce. Advancements in infrastructure fostered connectivity previously lacking in preceding decades. While Austria embraced industrialist era, Hungary initially lagged as an agrarian region. To bolster economic strength, the Hungarian government adopted protectionist policies to nurture domestic industry. State miners-backed infrastructure investments spurred rapid industrialist era in cities like Budapest and Moscow. By the turn of the century, Budapest had evolved into a financial and cultural center rivaling Vienna. Nevertheless, Hungary's rural areas retained their agricultural dominance, with smallholders and peasants often struggling to benefit from state reform. The wave of modernization extended into technological spheres. The Austro-Hungarian Empire adopted trams and telephones earlier than many European neighbors. By 1910, the empire's electricity generation surpassed that of Italy and Russia, demonstrating the scale of investment in new infrastructure. Vienna, as a cultural capital, flourished with modern public transport and electrified streets. This technological prowess highlighted how urban areas, particularly within Austria, benefited from a growing middle class eager for modern conveniences and economic opportunities. Yet development proved uneven. Western provinces like Lower Austria, Bohemia, and Moravia thrived amid industrialist Berlin, while eastern regions remained largely stagnant. Areas rich in natural resources, yet lacking infrastructure and investment, such as Galicia and Transylvania, struggled to escape their rural economic pattern. Unemployment and poverty plagued these areas, fueling resentment among predominantly Slavic and Romanian populations who felt disconnected from urban prosperity. These disparities fueled mass emigration. Millions departed from Austria and Galicia, Europe's poorest region, seeking opportunity in the Americas. Between 1880 and 1910, entire Galician villages were abandoned as families fled dire economic conditions. Ironically, economic progress also intensified ethnic and political divisions, as industrial and financial success concentrated in Austria and the Czech lands. A new wave of nationalism surged. Czechs, propelled by a technically proficient middle class driving Bohemian development, demanded greater recognition and autonomy, citing their achievements as justification for reform. Hungary similarly bred comparable discontent, with Magyar elites leveraging industrial strength to suppress Slavic communities, pursuing cultural assimilation policies beyond economic control. Within the Austro-Hungarian Empire, modernization and industrial spurred growth and cultural advancement, particularly evident in its western urban centers. Yet rather than cementing unity, this progress highlighted regional and ethnic disparities. Accumulated tensions continued to simmer, fermenting under the new challenges of the 20th century. From the late 19th to the early 20th century, Vienna stood as the West's most vibrant cultural capital. Tradition and innovation collided fiercely here, creating fertile ground for creativity. Artists, intellectuals, and thinkers from across the empire converged here, transforming Vienna into a nexus where all the new forces coexisted uneasily. Though politically fragmented, the imperial capital flourished as a center for modern art, groundbreaking ideas, and avant-garde movements. This cultural vitality attracted pivotal historical figures. In music, Arnold Schoenberg pioneered the 12-stone technique, shattering harmonic conventions and shocking the art world. While Schoenberg experimented with sound, Gustav Klimt shattered boundaries in the visual arts. As a leader of the secessionist movement, Klimt rejected classical norms, creating works with bold colors, abstract forms, and provocative themes. Pieces like The Kiss mirrored Vienna's tensions, an empire oscillating between imperial splendor and modern pressures. Meanwhile, Sigmund Freud revolutionized psychology with his concept of the unconscious, laying the foundations for psychoanalysis. This pioneer of psychoanalysis, who lived and worked in Vienna, made a fitting contribution to a city steeped in grandeur and mystery through his exploration of the depths of the human mind. Iconic cafes nurtured a vibrant cultural energy. These venues were not merely places to sip coffee, but battlefields for intellectual clashes and incubators for creative ideas. Writers, artists, and political thinkers such as philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein and future revolutionary Leon Trotsky would often linger for hours in places like the Central Café, exchanging ideas and debating current affairs. Cafes reflected Vienna's dual nature, outwardly refined and elegant, yet beneath the surface surged radical currents quietly reshaping the intellectual landscape. Architecture imbued the city with grandeur. Vienna underwent profound transformation during this cultural feast. The Ringstrasse reshaped the skyline. This broad boulevard built atop the old city walls served as both a showcase for imperial pride and a stage for modernist dreams. Lining the Ringstrasse to monumental edifices like the Vienna State Opera, Parliament, and the University of Vienna. each proclaiming the empire's wealth and cultural ambition. Yet these grand structures harbored contradictions. While extolling the nation's entrenched authority, they simultaneously built a city becoming a hotbed for modernist rebellion and critique. Though Vienna remains the core, other cities also witnessed cultural renaissance. Budapest transformed into a modern urban centre, its Hungarian parliament building along the Danube, rivaling Vienna's architectural ensembles. Prague, blending Germanic, Czech and Jewish cultural influences, became another fertile ground for artistic innovation. Lviv fostered a vibrant intellectual and cultural scene, mirroring Eastern Europe's shifting identity. These cities epitomized the empire's diversity, showcasing different facets of collective identity. Vienna's cultural achievements masked the simmering tensions beneath its glittering surface. As Klim painted his golden masterpieces and Freud probed the unconscious, the empire's political and ethnic fissures deepened. Nationalism and alienation spread, distancing numerous communities from Vienna's cosmopolitan ethos. This contradiction became the hallmark of the era, an empire in twilight nurturing extraordinary innovation. Modern thought flourished alongside an empire struggling for survival. While Vienna's streets shone with artistic brilliance, the empire's foundations began to crumble. After losing German influence in the Austro-Prussian War, the Austro-Hungarian Empire shifted its focus to the Balkans. This strategic pivot stemmed from practical necessity. The declining Ottoman Empire left a power vacuum in the Balkans, which both Austria-Hungary and Russia sought to fill. While confronting rising domestic nationalism, the Habsburgs remained wary of the pan-Slavic movement backed by Russia. This movement directly threatened Austrian rule in Yugoslav territories, including Croatia, Bosnia, and Dalmatia. Defending its southern frontier became a matter of vital importance. Vienna's grip on these territories was gradually loosening. Nationalist movements in Yugoslavia gained momentum, often inspired by Serbia, which styled itself as the leader of a unified Slavic nation. Simultaneously, Russia, proclaiming itself the protector of Orthodox Slavs, fueled these ambitions, undermining the Austro-Hungarian Empire's efforts to preserve the status quo. As the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Russia engaged in political maneuvering within the turbulent Balkans, tensions escalated in their rivalry for regional dominance. The 1878 Berlin Congress marked a pivotal turning point. The Austro-Hungarian Empire ultimately secured control over Bosnia and Herzegovina, though nominally still part of the Ottoman Empire. This move was perceived as a triumph for Vienna. Dominion over Bosnia extended Habsburg influence deep into the Balkan heartland, effectively curbing Serbian expansionist ambitions through direct control. Yet this diplomatic triumph sowed the seeds of future discord. The occupation enraged Serbian nationalists who regarded Bosnia as their cultural heritage. It also provoked resentment among local Bosnian Muslims, who perceived Austria-Hungarian rule as colonial domination. Though Vienna acclaimed the occupation aimed to stabilize the region, Bosnia was a fractured society. Orthodox Serbs, Catholic Croats, and Muslim Bosniaks each harbored conflicting loyalties and visions. Austrian commanders and administrators employed meticulously detailed ethnographic maps to delineate territories, attempting to manage complexities with scientific precision. Yet these governance measures exacerbated divisions rather than fostering cohesion. Curiosity, these ethnographic maps became a point of pride for Austrian planners, but reducing human lives and loyalties to map classifications often backfired, alienating far more groups than it united. The Balkans were already a breeding ground for nationalist fervor, with rebel organizations and secret societies becoming deeper sources of instability. Following Austrian intervention, Serbian nationalist groups, like the Black Hand, emerged. Anti-imperialist conspiracies proliferated, casting a long shadow of political violence over Vienna's sense of control. Austro-Hungarian forces encountered sporadic uprisings in Bosnia. Authorities struggled between harsh repression and modernizing infrastructure and governance. For the ruled populations, the Austro-Hungarian Empire increasingly resembled a foreign occupier rather than a stabilizing force. The major miscalculation lay in failing to adapt Balkan policy to the rising tide of nationalism. Vienna's rigid approach underestimated the deep-rooted, virtually irreconcilable national aspirations of Serbs, Croats and Bosniaks. Hard-lined tactics and poor communication between local administrations and central authorities exacerbated tension. Officials found themselves caught in a vicious cycle attempting to suppress nationalist uprisings, only drew them deeper into a turbulent political vortex. The Austro-Hungarian Empire's ambitious Balkan expansion, cloaked in diplomatic rhetoric, mired the empire in conflicts beyond its capacity to manage. Far from consolidating its southern borders, Balkan policy intensified the very tensions it ought to contain. This initiative, intended to stabilize the region, instead evolved into a simmering crisis, becoming a pivotal catalyst for the empire's eventual dissolution. In 1908, the Austro-Hungarian Empire unilaterally took the bold step of incorporating Bosnia and Herzegovina into its territory, transforming decades of military occupation into full legal sovereignty. This was no mere administrative reorganization, but a power play in a fragile region where nationalist sentiments were already running high. This move flagrantly violated the diplomatic agreements of the 1878 Congress of Berlin, an accord which, while recognizing Ottoman sovereignty over Bosnia, placed it under Austrian administrative jurisdiction. By asserting full control, the Austro-Hungarian Empire not only breached existing treaties but ignited an international crisis that engulfed Europe. Serbia, viewing Bosnia as the core of a unified Yugoslav state, reacted with fury. Many Serbs perceived this as an existential threat to their national vision, intensifying fierce hostility. Bolstered by domestic support, Serbian leaders refused to acquiesce silently. Newspapers launched scathing attacks against Vienna's aggressive actions, while nationalist groups escalated rhetoric, making Bosnian unification their rallying cry. This was not merely political confrontation. Profound cultural and emotional bonds existed. Many Bosnians shared close ties with Serbia through language, religion, and history. Serbia's patron, Russia, the self-styled leader of the Slavic world, initially pledged full support, driven by ambitions to dominate the Balkans. Yet diplomatic realities left Russia in a passive position. Russia, severely weakened by defeat in the Russo-Japanese War and the turmoil of the 1905 revolution, lacked the military capacity to engage in major conflict. Faced with the Austro-Hungarian Empire's ultimatum, backed openly by Germany, Russia was compelled to yield. The humiliation of this forced retreat galvanized Russian decision-makers to strengthen military capabilities, laying the groundwork for more aggressive foreign policies. Even among Austria-Hungary's supposed allies, the annexation caused friction. Italy, a member of the Triple Alliance, alongside Austria-Hungary and Germany, felt betrayed. Vienna's previously promised territorial compensation and secret guarantees were disregarded. Italian leaders viewed the annexation as a direct affront, sowing seeds of distrust that ultimately led Italy to abandon the Triple Alliance when World War I erupted. Simultaneously, the act reinforced the Austro-Hungarian Empire's image as an unpredictable, arrogant power, alienating even those European nations that might otherwise have remained neutral towards its Balkan ambitions. Within Bosnia itself, the move sparked fresh challenges, though formally establishing its influence. The Austro-Hungarian Empire achieved the opposite politically. Bosnia's Slavic inhabitants, many already discontented with Austrian rule, increasingly embraced nationalist ideals, particularly those associated with Serbia. Underground organizations, such as the notorious Black Hand, expanded their networks, preparing for prolonged resistance against Habsburg domination. Minority groups elsewhere in the empire, witnessing yet another Slavic community sliding into rebellion, were filled with anger and unease. The annexation plan nearly collapsed before it had even formally taken effect. An Austrian diplomat, eager to boast about the government's bold scheme at a private dinner, inadvertently leaked confidential decision minus making details days before the official Vienna announcement. This blunder compelled the Austro-Hungarian Empire to proceed hastily, bypassing crucial diplomatic groundwork. What should have been a meticulously orchestrated geopolitical maneuver devolved into a public spectacle, catching neighboring powers off guard and intensifying international outrage. For Austro-Hungarian decision-makers, the annexation aimed to consolidate imperial standing in the Balkans and diminish Russian influence. The actual outcome proved counterproductive, dragging the empire deeper into the mire. Far from stabilizing the turbulent region, this move intensified tensions, ushering in an era where diplomacy yielded to clandestine machinations and military adventurism, secret societies radicalized nationalists, and an atmosphere of inevitable conflict began to dominate the political landscape. Rather than demonstrating strength, the Austro-Hungarian Empire exposed its fragility. A cumbersome bureaucracy, strained alliances, and a gradually eroding internal cohesion. The annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina was not merely an administrative measure, but a prelude to greater upheaval. This move deepened the rift between Austria-Hungary and Serbia, precipitated a sharp shift in Russian and Italian policy, and convinced many Balkan Slavs that peaceful reform within the Habsburg Empire had reached a dead end. In hindsight, 1908 stands not merely as a year of crisis, but as a pivotal turning point leading to the catastrophic events of 1914. The Balkans entered a period of heightened turbulence at the dawn of the 20th century. The Austro-Hungarian Empire's expansionist ambitions continually clashed with Slavic nationalism, Serbia's rising power, and Russia's strategic interests. As Ottoman control weakened, regional and imperial powers vied to fill the power vacuum. The Austro-Hungarian Empire found itself deeply entangled after annexing Bosnia, with its anxieties intensifying as Serbia expanded its territory and political influence, particularly after conflict reshaped the regional landscape. The two Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913 proved pivotal. During the First Balkan War, the Balkan League, comprising Serbia, Montenegro, Bulgaria, and Greece, expelled the Ottoman Empire from most of its European territories. Yet victory swiftly gave way to rivalry. The division of spoils sparked profound conflict, culminating in the Second Balkan War when Bulgaria reneged on its former allies. This intra-Balkan conflict redrew the map, substantially expanding Serbia's territory and multiplying its power. This posed a grave threat to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Serbia's new territories and growing prestige emboldened Slavic communities within the Habsburg Empire, particularly in border regions like Bosnia, to view Belgrade as the natural center of Pan-Slavism. The prospect of a greater Slavic bloc potentially uniting under Serbian leadership and aligning with Russia posed an existential threat to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Russia's influence in the Balkans continued to expand, proclaiming itself the defender of Slavic people. It frequently clashed with Habsburg authorities over control of newly independent states. A powerful Serbia backed by Russia not only threatened Vienna's rule over Bosnia, but also endangered its diverse eastern territories with Slavic population. Within the fragile equilibrium of the dual monarchy, were increasingly demanding greater autonomy. Internal pressures and external threats alike undermined the foundation. Nationalist sentiment in Bosnia grew steadily after its incorporation into the empire, with the Balkan Wars further intensifying hostilities. Radical factions, emboldened by Serbian victories, began openly escalating protests against Habsburg rulers. Secret societies proliferated like mushrooms after rain, some advocating reform, while others plotted open rebellion. Ethnic tensions ultimately erupted into protests, boycotts, and even sabotage targeting imperial institutions. Curiosity Habsburg intelligence repeatedly intercepted assassination plots during this period, often targeting symbolic figures and institutions representing imperial authority in the region. Yet bureaucratic inefficiency and competing priorities led to potential threats being repeatedly overlooked or downplayed, until it was too late. The Austro-Hungarian Empire responded to the unrest with a hardline diplomatic and military posture, particularly towards Serbia. Yet decisions driven by fear of losing control often proved counterproductive. Vienna's passive policies, including repeated troop deployments along the Serbian border, further inflamed tensions. A newly emboldened Serbia, bolstered by expansion, refused to yield to Austrian demands and instead strengthened ties with Russia. Lacking flexible solutions or room for compromise, the Austro-Hungarian approach only exacerbated an already delicate situation. The empire's political and diplomatic inflexibility rendered it ill-equipped to meet mounting challenges, its rigid centralized governance clashing head-on with the spreading tide of decentralized nationalism across the Balkans. By this juncture, the Balkans had truly become Europe's powder keg. Intertwined ethnic, racial and cultural conflicts transformed the region into a geopolitical minefield. The Austro-Hungarian Empire held vast territories within this turbulent region, its heartland dangerously close to the very source of the trouble. Each new crisis, war or diplomatic impasse pushed Europe closer to the brink of total conflict. By 1914, the question was no longer whether violence would erupt in the Balkans, but when it would erupt and how far its consequences would spread. Minor incidents could trigger monumental consequences, with Austria-Hungary positioned directly upon the fault line. As alliances solidified and tensions escalated, the violent collision of nationalism and imperialism became inevitable. By 1914, relations between Austria-Hungary and Serbia had reached a critical juncture. Following the Balkan Wars, Serbia's influence expanded dramatically, winning the support of Slavic communities both within and beyond the Habsburg Empire. For Vienna, this represented not merely a political challenge, but a threat to the very foundations of its multi-ethnic empire. Serbia's pan-Slavic ambitions, coupled with its close ties to Russia, directly undermined Austro-Hungarian authority in the Balkans. This intensified fears that the young, cohesive Serbian state might undermine the empire from within. Vienna's political circles widely believed the Serbian question must be resolved swiftly. General Konrad von Hotzendorf, chief of the general staff of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, was a staunch advocate for immediate war. Konrad argued that the wave of Slavic nationalism spearheaded by Serbia would only intensify if left unchecked. He repeatedly advocated for a assumptive war, claiming the Austro-Hungarian Empire was losing territory annually within Serbia's sphere of influence. Despite his persistent exhortations, the political and military leadership remained hesitant, fearing provocation of Serbia's powerful ally Russia and the risk of triggering a full-scale confrontation. Ironically, within this hawkish atmosphere, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, emerged as a voice of caution. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Franz Ferdinand did not favor immediate war with Serbia. He believed the greater challenge facing Austria-Hungary lay in internal divisions rather than external enemies. He proposed an imperial reform plan, advocating a federal system that would grant greater autonomy to Slavic peoples within the monarchy. Though designed to prevent ethnic unrest, this plan made Franz Ferdinand a target of Serbian nationalist hatred. They feared the reforms would strengthen the Habsburg Empire and obstruct their vision of a unified Yugoslav state. In late June 1914, Franz Ferdinand announced a visit to Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia, further escalating tensions. The visit was scheduled for 28 June, the anniversary of the Battle of Kosovo, a historic conflict holding sacred status in Serbian nationalism. The timing of the visit inflamed Serbian activists, who perceived it as a provocation. Beyond its symbolism, Sarajevo was already a tense city in a region brimming with anti-Habsburg sentiment. It was under the shadow of the Austro-Hungarian Empire's controversial annexation of Bosnia that underground nationalist organizations like the Black Hand took root. This Serbian secret society, dedicated to uniting Yugoslav peoples and dismantling Habsburg rule, trained Bosnian youths in violent resistance. Among those trained was 19-old Bosnian Sergei Evrilo Princip, who embraced the radical cause. Princip and his accomplices believed assassinating an Austrian dignitary would reignite widespread resistance against the empire. Armed, funded, and trained by Black Hand operatives, the group prepared for action in Sarajevo. Curiosity, the cyanide pills prepared for suicide after the assassination were poorly manufactured. Most conspirators survived ingesting them, inadvertently aiding their capture. Despite intelligence indicating potential threats in Sarajevo, Austrian officials generally underestimated the danger. Some believed Archduke Ferdinand's visit would demonstrate strength, signaling to rebel groups that imperial control remained unshakable. Others underestimated local threats, dismissing nationalist organizations as disorganized and powerless. Yet the imperial system had already shown signs of fatigue from decades of internal division. Politically fractured and diplomatically isolated, the Austro-Hungarian Empire was far less prepared to confront internal and external threats than its facade suggested. Franz Ferdinand's visit to Sarajevo was not merely a routine inspection tour, but a deliberate display of strength in a region that had become the epicenter of trouble for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. At a time of intensifying ethnic tensions, the journey intended to demonstrate imperial unity. Yet the Balkans' rapidly destabilizing situation placed even this symbolic act teetering on the brink of catastrophe. The violent collision of imperial might and nationalist forces on Sarajevo's streets unleashed consequences far beyond Balkan borders. This singular event proved the spark that ignited years of smoldering resentment, ultimately engulfing all of Europe. On 28 June 1914, an incident in Sarajevo altered the course of history. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, and his wife Sophie arrived that morning to inspect imperial troops. This date coincided with the anniversary of the Battle of Kosovo, a conflict of profound significance to Serbian nationalism, making their visit appear as an imperial display of presence in a region saturated with anti-Habsburg sentiment. What followed was a tragic assassination sequence woven from a tangle of errors, chance, and fortune. The couple's arrival marked the commencement of a public spectacle intended to demonstrate imperial authority. As the motorcade proceeded, crowds lined the streets while security forces conducted rigorous searches for threats. Yet the system meant to ensure safety contained critical flaws. Tensions within the city were escalating, and nationalist movements were gaining momentum. Earlier that day, Franz Ferdinand had already survived an initial assassination attempt. As the motorcade passed the Apple Pier, members of the Black Hand organization hurled a grenade at the procession. The bomb missed its mark, striking instead the vehicle behind the Archduke's carriage and detonating, injuring members of the entourage and bystanders. Despite the chaos, Franz Ferdinand insisted on continuing his itinerary, visiting the wounded in hospital. Subsequent events would render this day infamous as Black Sunday, After leaving the hospital, the driver, potentially confused by a route change, mistakenly entered a narrow street. By coincidence, this brought the motorcade to a halt directly before G of Relo Princip, a 19-year-old Bosnian Serb nationalist and member of the Black Hand. Princip seized the opportunity, charging from the crowd armed with a Browning FN 1910 pistol, firing 2 shots at close range. Archduke Franz Ferdinand and Princess Sophie sustained fatal injuries. The princess died instantly, while the Archduke succumbed within minutes, reportedly pleading for the princess's rescue until his last breath. The assassination sent shockwaves across Europe, yet it was the Austro-Hungarian Empire's response that truly escalated the crisis. Franz Ferdinand was regarded as the champion of moderation within the empire. His federalist vision sought to grant greater autonomy to Slavic peoples, fundamentally altering the power dynamics of the dual monarchy. Ironically, this plan could have directly countered the nationalist fervor fueling organizations like the Black Hand. His assassination instead extinguished the empire's last hope for internal reconciliation. Reactionary forces in Vienna exploited this assassination to legitimize an aggressive policy towards Serbia. The incident provided the Austro-Hungarian Empire with the long-awaited pretext to confront its southern neighbor. The imperial rulers viewed Serbia as a sworn enemy and instigator of anti-Habsburg activities. Within weeks, Belgrade received a harsh ultimatum laden with deliberately unfulfillable demands. With some Russian backing, Serbia attempted to meet the demands without complete capitulation, but these efforts ultimately failed, bolstered by Germany's unconditional support in the form of the infamous blank check. The Austro-Hungarian leadership declared war on Serbia on 28 July 1914. This assassination thus became a pivotal turning point, exposing the Austro-Hungarian Empire's fragile nature, while transforming a local Balkan crisis into the fuse that ignited the First World War. A small artifact forever linked to this fateful event remains preserved to this day. The revolver used by G. Relo Princip is displayed at the Vienna Military History Museum, bearing the ominous nickname "the gun that started the war." The Sarajevo shooting laid bare the Austro-Hungarian Empire's unstable foundations, diplomatic missteps, internal divisions, and an inability to counter mounting nationalist pressures. These fissures sowed the seeds for a conflict that would not only shatter the empire, but reshape the world map. When the Austro-Hungarian Empire entered the war, its objectives were clear: crush Serbia and restore Balkan hegemony. What Vienna's rulers failed to foresee was that this military campaign, intended as a swift, decisive battle, would instead devolve into a catastrophic front war, exposing every vulnerability of the empire. From the very outset, the Austro-Hungarian forces faced insurmountable dilemmas. Though nominally vast, the army was woefully under-equipped and driven by internal divisions. The command structure mirrored the empire's own fragmentation, linguistic barriers, and divided loyalties created severe obstacles. Operational orders frequently required multilingual translation, leading to chaos at critical junctures. These structural flaws left the Austro-Hungarian Empire utterly unprepared for the impending campaign. The August 1914 military operation against Serbia swiftly faltered. Austrian commanders underestimated the Serbian army's tenacious resistance on familiar terrain. Serbian forces employed flexible tactics to rout numerically superior Habsburg troops, resulting in a disastrous initial offensive. Compounding the crisis, disease outbreaks, including devastating typhus epidemics, inflicted heavy casualties upon Austro-Hungarian forces. By late 1914, Vienna's hopes for a swift Serbian defeat had evaporated, plunging the empire into a broader conflagration. The Eastern Front presented equally dire circumstances. The Austro-Hungarian Empire now faced the full might of the Russian Empire. Early defeats, including the Battle of Galicia, severely weakened the Habsburg forces. By the spring of 1915, entire divisions disintegrated under the Russian offensive. Over 250 Zoro-Austro-Hungarian soldiers surrendered without a fight, many of them Slavic troops who viewed the Tsar as a liberator rather than an enemy. This mass surrender exposed the empire's most fatal flaw, its ethnic diversity. Slavic, Romanian, and Italian soldiers within the multi-ethnic army often lacked loyalty to the Habsburg dynasty, with some defecting directly to the enemy. Such divisions rendered the army nearly incapable of maintaining cohesion against a tenacious foe. As Austria-Hungary struggled to stabilize its front lines, Germany was compelled to intervene. Though nominally allies, Germany frequently regarded Austria-Hungary as an unreliable partner, incapable of independent military action. German forces reinforced the crumbling Austro-Hungarian defenses, particularly during the 1916 Brusilov offensive, one of the war's bloodiest campaigns. Though German support averted total collapse, the cost was staggering. The Austro-Hungarian Empire grew increasingly dependent on its ally, forfeiting significant autonomy in military and diplomatic decision-making. By 1916, the empire was frequently regarded as a secondary partner, starkly contrasting its former status as a dominant power in Central Europe. Simultaneously, the opening of new fronts further drained resources. Italy joined the Entente in 1915, abandoning its former Triple Alliance partner. The mountainous front against Italy became one of the war's most grueling theaters. Soldiers endured bitter, cold and brutal trench warfare in the Alps, where every few meters of ground gained cost thousands of lives. Supply shortages in the war's interminable prolongation caused morale to plummet. The strain of conflict spread beyond the battlefields, tearing at the empire's already fragile domestic foundations. Food shortages swept through towns and villages, sparking demonstrations and strikes. Inflation spiraled out of control, eroding what little public trust remained in the government. Protests over working conditions and famine in Budapest and Vienna escalated into mass riots, further undermining the regime's foundations. By late 1916, Emperor Franz Joseph had died, leaving his successor Charles I to inherit a crumbling empire. Charles sought peace at any cost, even attempting secret negotiations with the Entente powers. Yet his efforts were thwarted by both Germany and domestic hardness. By the war's final stages, the Austro-Hungarian economy was in freefall. Military operations depended entirely on German support, while internal tensions reached breaking point. The illusion of swift victory had long vanished, leaving the empire floundering in a war it could neither control nor sustain. The Austro-Hungarian Empire's defeat in the First World War was by no means merely a military setback. It laid bare the deep fissures within a tottering system. The war not only hastened the empire's demise, but virtually predetermined its disintegration. By late 1918, the pace of the Austro-Hungarian Empire's dissolution had outstripped the control of the Vienna authorities. Years of war pressure had pushed the empire's war economy and social stability to the brink of collapse. The Habsburg armies crumbled at the front. Soldiers deserted en masse, often discarding their uniforms to return home or join nationalist militias. Food shortages and devastating casualty rates shattered morale. Many saw no reason to continue fighting for an empire they no longer believed in. Domestic collapse could no longer be ignored. Cities like Vienna and Budapest erupted in strikes and riots due to famine, like conditions and soaring inflation. Deep-seated divisions long buried under imperial rule erupted with astonishing speed, from Czechs to Slovaks to Croats. Minority groups across the empire began declaring independence even before the war's formal conclusion. In October 1918, Czechoslovakia was proclaimed, swiftly followed by the establishment of the state of Slovenes, Croats and Serbs the precursor to Yugoslavia. Simultaneously, Poland, after a century of partition, declared the restoration of its independent statehood. These declarations did not erupt simultaneously, yet they struck like successive blows from a heavy hammer. The diversity once hailed as the empire's greatest strength ultimately became the cause of its downfall. Regions that had contributed troops and resources to the war now strove to break free, determined to forge new nations. Hungary severed all political ties with Vienna. The dual monarchy, long sustained by the delicate power balance between Austria and Hungary, disintegrated when the Hungarian government declared the dissolution of the union with Austria in October 1918. Hungarian leaders deemed the monarchy incapable of representing their interests, let alone maintaining control over its vast and complex territories. Though Austria shed its imperial mantle somewhat later, the truth was plain to see: the Austro-Hungarian Empire had ceased to exist. By the time the November 1918 armistice ended the war, the empire had already disintegrated from within. Charles I, the last Habsburg monarch, stood amidst the chaos, having ascended to the throne in 1916 during a perilous crisis. He bore the immense burden of sustaining the crumbling empire through the war. When the tide of nationalism swept away the foundations of Habsburg rule, Charles reluctantly relinquished power. On 11 November 1918, he issued a formal declaration relinquishing participation in state affairs, though he did not formally abdicate. Charles remained convinced that the monarchy would be restored, though this hope was destined to be unfulfilled. Curiosity. After the war, Charles twice attempted to restore the monarchy in Hungary in 1921. Both attempts failed, and he was ultimately exiled to Madeira, Portugal, where he died destitute at the age of 30-4. Vienna plunged into an identity crisis following the empire's collapse. This imperial capital, once commanding 11 nations, became the center of a small, landlocked state. The former imperial splendor stood in stark contrast to the present predicament. Frequent food riots erupted, political violence simmered beneath the surface, and the vast Habsburg bureaucracy had shriveled into irrelevance. Luxury and ceremonial pomp vanished without a trace. Queues for food rations snaked through streets lined with Baroque palaces, now mere relics of a bygone era. The empire's collapse was not a gradual decline, but a sudden disintegration precipitated by years of pent-up contradictions. The First World War exposed the Habsburg system's deep seated fractures by the time defeat arrived. The bonds holding the empire together were all but severed. The monarchy formally ended, bringing the Habsburg dynasty's 6-century reign over Central Europe to a close. What remained was a fragmented territory scattered among newly formed nations, though still haunted by decades of imperial strife. These states had embarked upon their own distinct paths of development. Following the First World War, the Austro-Hungarian Empire formally ceased to exist. Two pivotal treaties redrew the map of Central Europe, marking the end of centuries of Habsburg rule. The initial Treaty of Saint-Germain, signed in 1919, addressed the Austrian territories. Under its terms, Austria was reduced to a diminished landlocked republic, having lost vast expanses of its former domain. Independent nation-states such as Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and Poland emerged in succession. This treaty not only stripped the Austrian Empire of its territories but fundamentally reshaped the region's political landscape, recognizing the independence of new states and accommodating long-suppressed nationalist movement. Hungary, meanwhile, faced disintegration under the 1920 Treaty of Trianon. The Treaty of Trianon proved even more devastating, reducing Hungary's territory to a mere fraction of its former size. The nation lost over to -thirds of its territory, and population. Transylvania was ceded to Romania, Slovakia and Ruthenia to Czechoslovakia, while Croatia became part of the newly formed Yugoslavia. This drastic contraction left millions of ethnic Hungarians stranded abroad, becoming politically unrepresented and unprotected minorities within their former homeland. The psychological and cultural shock of the Treaty of Trianon persists to this day. For many Hungarians, this represented not merely territorial loss, but a symbolic rupture, an unhealed wound that continues to shape Hungarian politics and national identity. Both treaties aim to prevent the Rhéminist emergence of an empire by prohibiting the restoration of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in any political form. This separation constituted a deliberate and explicit measure by the Entente powers to ensure the Habsburg-style imperial power never Rhéminist emerged in Central Europe. The treaties also imposed severe restrictions upon Austria and Hungary, including stringent military constraints, though required to pay reparations. The immense financial burden compounded by the economic devastation of the First World War plunged both nations into a difficult stabilization process. Austria, stripped of its empire, now relied solely upon Vienna, metropolis whose scale and grandeur far exceeded the practical needs and resource capacity of the diminutive republic. Hungary, rendered landlocked, economically isolated and politically fractured, reeled from the shock of territorial loss. The redrawing of borders created new political landscapes on paper, yet sowed deep, unresolved contradictions beneath the surface. The focus on national self minus determination and state minus building left millions of ethnic minorities stranded in unfamiliar nation, often facing government suspicion or hostility. Czechoslovakia inherited not only the Slovak people, but also substantial populations of German, Hungarian, and Ukrainian descent. Yugoslavia, conceived as a unified nation-state for the Yugoslav people, swiftly descended into fragmentation among Serb, Croats, Bosniaks and Slovenes, far from securing lasting peace. These treaties fueled fresh border disputes and ethnic resentment. Rather than dissolving in term ethnic animosity, they layered new tensions upon old, issues that would haunt Central Europe throughout the 20th century. The legacy of these treaties remains palpable in modern Hungary, where the Treaty of Trianon is regarded as a national trauma. Hungarians still speak with lingering affection of the lost territories, and political discourse occasionally frames the treaty as a symbol of injustice. The rigid, uncompromising borders imposed by Trianon made reconciliation exceedingly difficult, fostering resentment among populations on the other side of the demarcation lines. Though the treaties of Saint-Germain and Trianon formally dissolved the empire, they sowed the seeds for future turmoil, though vanished from the map. The Austro-Hungarian Empire's disintegration left a profound legacy of political fragmentation, cultural disorientation, and economic hardship. This multi-ethnic empire, once dominant in Central Europe, ultimately disintegrated into a cluster of weakened, struggling states. Many would face fascist invasion and renewed conflict in the decades ahead. Though its territories vanished, the impact of the empire's fragmentation and underlying tensions never truly dissipated. It cast a long shadow over the region, shaping the future in ways no treaty could resolve. Thus this chapter of history slowly faded into the tranquil river of time. Certain enigmas remain forever unsolved. Certain truths continue to shape our world. Together we traverse the past, drawing lessons from its depths. If you weave this understanding into your daily life, history's echoes shall never be extinguished. Thank you for listening. Until we meet again, may the past remain vivid in your heart. In the quiet corners of history, there are stories not often told, stories shaped by human strength and human failure. This is one of those stories. The accounts we share now reach back through time to reveal moments that changed the world. Let us begin by travelling into a past long forgotten yet still echoing into our present. The year was 1095, and a great movement stirred one that would travel over lands and seas, altering history forever. Common people from all walks of life, farmers, crafters, mothers and children left behind their homes and families. They walked away from the safety of their villages and their everyday lives. They marched towards a distant land, a place most knew only from stories and sermons. These were not trained soldiers. Many had no weapons, no money and no plan for the dangerous road ahead. Still they went forward, pushed by a promise, by fear, by hope, by faith. What force could make whole communities walk thousands of miles across harsh and foreign ground, straight into the heart of danger and war? What belief held such power that people would risk everything and give their lives for it? Now we follow their tale, a story of devotion and violence, courage and contradiction. It started with a call from a distant pope and grew into one of the most powerful and bloody movements the world has ever known. The First Crusade. By the late 11th century, the Mediterranean was no calm sea of united kingdoms. It was a mix of states and empires that fought as much as they traded. 3 great cultures ruled the area, each shaped by long years of history, and now standing at a turning point, Byzantium, heir to the old Roman world, spread across the Balkans and parts of Asia Minor. The Islamic world covered vast lands from Spain to Central Asia. And in the Latin Christian West, a once divided society began to look outward with fresh ambition. These 3 centres were connected. Pilgrims, merchants and messengers crossed borders, carrying tales, goods and complaints. This was a world where friendship and rivalry lived side by side. The Byzantine Empire showed amazing endurance through the ages. By the middle of the 11th century it kept its Greek culture and Orthodox faith, yet its political ground had grown unsteady. One event above all showed its weakness, the defeat at Manzikert in 1071. There the Seljuk Turks broke Byzantine defences and took over much of Anatolia, a land that gave the empire taxes and soldiers. Even the Emperor Romanos IV was taken captive. In an act rarely remembered today, his captors set him free unharmed and treated him with respect. That brief kindness stood in sharp contrast to the cruelty that would mark later fights when war took on a holy character. Still the loss left Byzantium shaken and hungry for friends, a weakness that would soon shape its cries to the west. Looking south and east, the Islamic world of this time was not the united front. It once was under the great caliphates. The Abbasids in Baghdad held symbolic weight, but real power lay with local rulers. In Egypt, the Fatimids held control with their Shia faith. Further east, the Seljuks, once Turkic nomads who embraced Islam, rose to power. Their military strength not only humbled Byzantium, but changed the balance of the Near East. But even as they grew, rivalry between these powers meant the Islamic world was split in politics and religion. Strangely, when Crusaders first marched, Jerusalem was not in Seljuk hands but under the Fatimids. So their campaign would strike at rulers who held the city, not those who had lost it. Meanwhile, in the Latin West, a different change was unfolding. After centuries often called dark, Western Europe saw more people, better harvests, and a deep faith that filled daily life. Lords gathered armed men through feudal bonds, creating a society built for war. Yet beside this stood a strong culture of devotion. Pilgrimage became a clear sign of faith. Drawing all classes to shrines as far as Jerusalem, Italian merchant cities like Genoa and Venice thrived in this air, turning trade into a tool of war. With knights eager for glory, merchants seeking business, and believers hoping for salvation, all the pieces were in place for a new age of conflict. By the mid-11th century, pilgrimage was a common part of Christian life in Western Europe. People from all walks made long journeys to sacred sites, often walking hundreds or thousands of miles. The holy city of Jerusalem was the most honoured goal. But Rome and Santiago de Compostela also drew countless travellers. For many pilgrims, the act promised God's forgiveness, and the physical hardship itself was seen as an act of faith. Families sometimes sold land or goods to gather what was needed for the trip, a sacrifice that shows how deep this practice ran. The pilgrimage was seldom safe or easy. Bandits on the roads, outbreaks of sickness and shifting politics posed constant threats. Yet strong faith fed their will, and streams of pilgrims went on, even with the risk of never coming home. When they reached Jerusalem, they often found the city open to them. Since Muslim rulers generally allowed Christian travellers to come, usually for practical reasons, as pilgrims brought money and helped diplomacy. But this access began to waver once the Seljuk Turks moved into the Near East. Their fights with other Muslim dynasties created instability, and Christian travellers spoke of harassment as routes grew less safe. Tales of being turned away or mistreated spread in Europe, fueling calls for action. Beside these pilgrimage habits, a new idea grew around the role of knights, the notion of milites. Christi, or soldiers of Christ, tried to join warrior values with the church's. Hope's Christianity had long been unsure about violence, but the feudal world needed armed men trained to fight. To make peace with this, religious thinkers said the same skills used for private wars could defend the faith. In this view, the sword was no longer just a tool for personal revenge or ambition, it could serve as an instrument of piety. This thinking drew on earlier Christian thought, especially Augustine's idea of just war. He argued that violence might be right under lawful authority for moral reasons. During the 11th century, church reformers applied that idea to defending Christendom itself. From there grew the notion of penitential war, where joining a church-approved fight could bring forgiveness of sins like completing a pilgrimage war, was now seen not as a stain on the soul, but as a path to salvation. If fought under church guidance and for the faith's defence. These ideas deeply changed how Christian Europe saw violence. Preachers began urging knights to fight in God's name, not just for their lords. Some warriors even took up odd practices like using blunt maces instead of swords to avoid spilling blood, though the result was just as deadly. Pilgrims often carried symbolic items like a bag, a staff, or a scallop shell signs. So well known that even fakes sometimes wore them to get food or sympathy together, these cultural ways laid the ground for the extraordinary call to arms about to ignite. In November of 1095, Pope Urban II stood before clergy and nobles at the Council of Clermont in southern France. The setting seemed like another church meeting, but what happened changed medieval history forever. Urban gave a sermon that did more than ask for a political alliance or a single military campaign. His words lit a fire that swept through Christian Europe, reshaping how faith and violence were joined. At the heart of his appeal was a request from Byzantine Emperor Alexios Komnenos, pressed by Seljuk advances in Anatolia. Alexios needed Western soldiers to help take back lost land. Urban used this plea to push a larger vision of Christian unity. He presented the offer of aid not as mere politics, but as a chance for Western knights to turn their fighting skills toward a sacred goal. By doing so, he also advanced his own aim to lift papal power, hoping to tie a divided Christendom more tightly under Rome's lead. Building on the strong tradition of pilgrimage, Urban redefined the journey east as an armed act of penance. He urged his audience to take the cross, a phrase that merged pilgrimage ritual with a military mission. This was a turning point in medieval thought, where fighting under church blessing was no longer seen as a sin but as salvation. To stir hearts further, Urban spoke of alleged wrongs done to Christians in holy places like Jerusalem, tales of ruined churches. Massacres and humiliations were told. Though many reports were stretched or made up, the goal was not truth but persuasion. The crowd reacted with passion, and later writers kept different versions of the speech, some stressing piety, others the grim stories. The effect was instant. Word of this proclamation raced across Europe. Nobles saw land and status. Peasants heard the promise of redemption. Even those on society's edges saw a way out by marching east. Historians now think Urban himself may have only pictured aid for Byzantium, not the eventual capture of Jerusalem. Whatever his plan, the force he unleashed went beyond his control. The rallying cry of that day, Deus vult, or God wills it, spread fast through towns and villages, becoming the unifying call of a movement that would soon cross continents. Before the knights and nobles had even raised their banners, another movement swept Europe in the spring of 1096. This was not the planned expedition pushed by lords and bishops, but a flood of zeal from peasants, minor knights, and self-named holy men. Later called the People's Crusade, it was less an army than a wandering mass of believers. They carried the same promise of salvation preached at Clermont, but lacked the wealth, skill, or leaders needed for such a task. At its centre stood figures like Peter the Hermit, a preacher whose visions of divine guidance convinced thousands the long trek to Jerusalem could be done with faith alone. These groups travelled with families, livestock and carts loaded with whatever they could drag along. Unlike the nobles who would later secure funds and supplies, they lived on scavenging and charity. Belief replaced planning, and trouble came almost at once. Many held the simple idea that the holy city lay just past the next hill, not grasping the vast distance to their goal. For some, hunger, tiredness and the strain of the road killed them before they even left European soil. The thought that heavenly reward outweighed any earthly suffering turned their march into something closer to a moving shrine than a military campaign. But the journey did not stay peaceful. Along the Rhine Valley, several groups turned violent against Jewish communities in towns like Worms, Mainz and Cologne. On the surface, headed to free distant Jerusalem, they committed massacres against neighbours, looted property and forced conversions. These events formed a dark prelude to the campaign often lost next to battles in the east. They show how unstable this wave of religious zeal could be when free from central authority. By the time the Crusaders reached Byzantine lands, Emperor Alexios I saw the danger they brought. He had asked for seasoned fighters, not crowds of wild zealots troubling his people, wanting them away from Constantinople before they caused more harm. He arranged their crossing over the Bosporus into Asia Minor. There left mostly on their own, they became easy targets for the Seljuk Turks near Nicaea. In the late summer of 1096, their lack of armour supplies and tactics led to a terrible ambush. Within days, their scattered groups were cut down. Leaders like Walterson Avois fell in battle while Peter the Hermit pulled back to Constantinople before the fight. Few survived, and what began with huge crowds ended in ruin. Militarily, the People's Crusade did nothing, yet it showed how wide and rash the hunger for holy war had grown. Even farmers on oxen, villagers with farm tools, and one odd band following a goose they saw as heaven sent, believed themselves part of a sacred mission. In the last weeks of 1096, a far more organised wave of crusaders began to gather across Europe. Historians call this the Prince's Crusade. Unlike the unruly masses of the earlier People's Crusade, these were armies led by seasoned nobles, men with resources, dreams and reputations built in war. They came not under one banner, but as rival groups united by a shared promise, eternal reward through service to the cause. Each group came from a different part of Latin Christendom. Godfrey of Bouillon, Duke of Lower Lorraine, gathered men from modern Belgium and the Rhineland. From southern France marched Raymond IV of Toulouse, already among the richest lords in the region. The Norman world sent its own commanders, with Bohemond of Taranto raising forces from southern Italy, and his nephew Tancred joining him, known for boldness. Robert, son of William the Conqueror of England, left Normandy to take part, while Hugh of Vermandois, brother of King Philip I of France, brought his followers too. Each leader held hopes shaped by home politics and the lure of fame abroad. Some expected only glory and forgiveness. Others also eyed the chance to seize lands in the east. Their companies looked nothing like the ragged pilgrims of the earlier try. The princes brought mounted knights, archers, foot soldiers, and even engineers skilled with siege gear. Priests came with them to hear confessions and lead worship, while merchants and camp followers swelled their numbers. Many nobles also hired writers to record their path, not just to save events, but to make their own names immortal. The expedition had become as much about reputation as piety. Every army met at Constantinople, where Emperor Alexios I Komnenos faced a hard choice. He needed the Crusaders' strength to regain lost territory, but he also feared their ambitions to guard Byzantine interests. He demanded oaths of loyalty, insisting that retaken lands be returned to imperial control. Some leaders swore, seeing the political need. Others saw little reason to keep such promises once victory gave them possession. Among them was Bohemond, whose smarts and striking presence made him one of the most formidable figures of the whole campaign. Chroniclers described him in terms saved for mythical warriors, a sign of the mark he left on his time. By the spring of 1097, the many groups had crossed into Asia Minor under Byzantine escort. Ahead lay the strongholds of the Seljuk Turks, and for the first time Crusaders faced the test of organised battle on foreign soil. What began as scattered vows across Europe had grown into a multi-pronged army ready to attempt the unthinkable. After their success at Nicaea, the Crusader armies moved deeper into Asia Minor, turning toward one of the toughest strongholds in the region, Antioch. The city was not only huge, but also placed to guard routes between Anatolia and Syria. Its great walls, stretching for miles with hundreds of towers, made it one of the hardest targets of the entire campaign. Yet taking it was key. Without Antioch, the road to Jerusalem was blocked. The Crusaders settled around the city in October of 1097, starting an ordeal that lasted nearly 8 months. The defenders were led by Yagi Siyan, the Seljuk appointed governor. He had readied for the attack, strengthening gates and storing supplies. The attackers, though, soon found themselves trapped by their own choice. Antioch could not be taken by force, and a blockade stretched their resources thin. By winter, the Crusaders faced such shortages that knights sold armour or weapons to buy food. Horses, once the pride of mounted warriors, were killed for meat. Some writers later recorded unthinkable acts like boiling leather to survive the cold months. Many left, slipping back toward friendly ground, hoping to find better conditions than the starvation at the walls. Despite these hardships, cracks formed inside the city itself. Early in 1098, Bohemond of Taranto made secret contact with an Armenian defender named Firuz, who controlled one tower. Promises were exchanged, and on the night of June 3rd, the gate was opened to Crusader troops. In brutal fighting through the streets, Antioch fell to the Crusaders, who poured into the city after months of need. But the win proved brief, because almost at once a large force under Kerboga of Mosul arrived. Suddenly the Crusaders were trapped inside the very walls they had just taken. The besiegers became the besieged. Conditions worsened fast. Kerboga led a force drawn from across Mesopotamia, and his numbers outweighed the defenders. Inside the city, morale fell and doubts about survival ran deep. It was in this air that a lowborn visionary named Peter Bartholomew claimed to have found the Holy Lance, the spear said to have pierced Christ on the cross. Digging under a church floor, he brought up an iron point that many took as proof of divine favour. Whether fake or real, the timing renewed will among tired soldiers. On June 28th, with Kerboga's army still outside, the Crusaders marched out of the city. Their numbers were small next to their enemies. Yet Kerboga's coalition broke apart, rival lords refusing to work under his command. The Crusaders used this split, striking hard and routing an army that should have crushed them. The victory became legendary, hailed as proof that heavenly power guided their cause. Yet even in triumph, darker details remained. Reports spread of men turned to cannibalism during the leanest days, tales that chroniclers awkwardly explained away. And Peter Bartholomew, whose vision had lifted spirits later, faced a trial by fire to prove his sight. He failed, dying from burns and leaving the so-called miracle wrapped in doubt. After the grueling trials at Antioch, the Crusaders paused for months before moving south again. By early 1099 they advanced once more, moving through burnt fields and guarded crossings often short of food and water. The heat and the hostility of the lands they crossed added to the strain. But after 3 years on the road they had fixed their eyes on Jerusalem. Each mile closer tightened the resolve of an already battered army that numbered only about 12 to 15,000. A fraction of what had once set out sickness thinned their ranks. Splits among leaders simmered and supplies were limited. Jerusalem, already honoured as the holiest goal, now stood not just as an aim but as the final test. On June 7th, they finally reached Jerusalem. The city had changed hands during their journey and was now held by the Fatimid Caliphate, who had recently taken it back from the Seljuks. Its garrison was small, likely no more than 2,000 men, but the walls themselves posed the true challenge. Jerusalem had long been fortified with stone defences, towers and gates made to stop any siege. The Crusaders faced another quick problem. They had almost no proper siege engines. What little they had came through a clever but desperate move. Italian ships had brought supplies up the coast, and Crusaders broke down wood from the vessels, dragging it overland to build towers and ladders. The process took time, during which many soldiers fell ill under the summer sun. Despite this work went on to help morale, the commanders called for ritual shows of faith, processions held barefoot around the walls, fasting and prayers that echoed biblical stories, especially the siege of Jericho. They hoped divine aid would succeed where force alone might fail. The siege began in earnest in early July. Attacks with ladders failed at first as defenders threw down missiles and fire. Yet persistence and the newly built towers shifted the balance. On July 15th, a tower placed against the northern wall let the Crusaders break through the defences. Once inside, order broke into fury. Muslim and Jewish inhabitants were cut down in great numbers, the scale of the bloodshed becoming infamous in later tales. Some writers painted pictures of streets flooded ankle-deep with blood. Whether stretched or not, the message was clear. The capture of the Holy City came at a staggering human cost. With the defenders killed or forced out, control of Jerusalem passed to the Crusaders. Sacred sites were seized, the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque were stripped and changed for Christian use, while the Church of the Holy Sepulchre became the new heart of Latin worship. Leadership fell to Godfrey of Bouillon, who took the title Defender of the Holy Sepulchre, not King, though he held full power over the new kingdom. The conquest shocked the Islamic world and inspired joy across Europe. Hailed not just as a victory of arms, but as a strong sign of divine approval. When the armies of the First Crusade took Jerusalem in 1099, they did not simply go home. Instead, they began building new political bodies in the Eastern Mediterranean. 4 main domains emerged, each rooted in feudal ways from Europe, but placed into a foreign land. These were the Kingdom of Jerusalem, which became the centrepiece, the County of Tripoli set along the Levantine coast, the Principality of Antioch in northern Syria, and the County of Edessa, actually founded earlier in 1098 during the march to Jerusalem. Together, these states were called Outremer, meaning lands beyond the sea, a phrase showing both their physical distance from Europe and their need for constant links across that sea. Despite their European roots, these kingdoms had to adapt. They ruled lands where Latins were only a minority. Populations of Eastern Christians, Greek Orthodox Syriac Christians, Armenians, Muslims and Jews made up the most. Rather than drive everyone out, the new rulers often taxed rather than expelled local communities. Over time, practical coexistence grew in some towns, with markets where Muslim and Christian traders worked side by side. At the centre of government stood Frankish rulers who brought their custom ceremonies and especially their law. The Assizes of Jerusalem became the name for their legal code. It offered a unique mix of Frankish feudal ideas and local changes, making sure rule could handle diverse realities. Different courts existed for different groups, with Latin nobles judged, apart from Eastern Christians and Muslims. The law was not just forced, but adjusted to conditions where lords had to rule over many subjects who did not share their faith or traditions. This blend of European and Levantine custom shows how Crusader power relied as much on adaptation as on conquest. Survival needed diplomacy as much as walls. Constant war was impossible for such small states surrounded by larger powers. So their leaders often made truces with Muslim rulers. They also built alliances with regional Christian groups like the Armenians, talked carefully with Byzantium, and over the next century even sought aid from distant Mongol forces. Trade deals mattered just as much, keeping supplies flowing into fragile coastal strongholds. Without such arrangements, the Latin states could not have lasted. Ties with the Byzantine Empire stayed uneasy. Crusaders had sworn oaths to give back former Byzantine lands. Yet in practice they often refused to return cities, especially where they hoped to secure their own rule. Antioch became a point of sharp dispute, starting a long pattern of distrust that poisoned relations between Greeks and Latins. For generations, economically, Outremer leaned hard on its strongest ports. Acre Jaffa and Tyre became lifelines. Pilgrim settlers and fresh troops all travelled through them, while merchant ships carried crucial grain and weapons. To defend their holdings, the Crusaders built huge fortresses like Katdesh, Evelys and Belvoir Castle. These stone strongholds proved so advanced that later powers used them for centuries, lasting well into the age of gunpowder. Even their coins reflected local reality. Rulers of Jerusalem made gold coins stamped with Arabic, writing a reminder that trade in the region still depended on the language and ways of earlier Islamic states. In the years after Jerusalem fell to the Crusaders, new groups rose to protect and hold the fragile Latin presence in the east. These were not usual armies, nor were they ordinary monasteries. Instead, they combined both. They were old military orders, bands of men who took monastic vows while carrying arms to defend Christendom. From this unusual mix came some of the most lasting organizations of the crusading world. The first and most famous were the Knights Templar, started around 1119 by a small band of knights led by Hugh of Paynes. Their original mission was simple: guard pilgrims traveling to and from Jerusalem. They set their headquarters on the Temple Mountain. From this place they took their name. Members lived under vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, just like monks. Yet unlike cloistered religious, their days were filled with armed patrols and training for battle. Over time, the famous disciplined warriors grew, and so did their wealth. Nobles across Europe gave land and money, and the Templars built an international network that stretched from England and France to Syria and Palestine. They became bankers as well as fighters, holding deposits for kings, getting loans and even moving funds across borders with written orders known in far-off lands. Beside them stood the Knights Hospitaller. This order began with a charitable mission. In Jerusalem, they founded hospitals to care for sick or hurt pilgrims. Their name for giving meals, beds, and even medical help soon made them essential. Over the decades, their mission grew. They recruited knights to guard travelers and protect the hospitals themselves. By the 12th century, the hospitals had become as military as the Templars, building great forts like Katdesh, Evelys, and staffing garrisons across the Crusader states. They kept their role in healthcare, treating the wounded on battlefields, and offering some of the best organized medical help the medieval world had seen. A third order, the Teutonic Knights, came later. During the Third Crusade, German pilgrims in Acre formed them first, as a hospital brotherhood following the hospital's example. Soon they turned into a fighting order. While they played a part in the Holy Land, their efforts shifted north. In the 13th century, They launched campaigns in Prussia and the Baltic seeking to convert or conquer pagan peoples. In these regions they left a lasting mark, building castles and ruling lands well beyond the life of the Crusader states. All three orders answered straight to the Pope, not to secular kings or local lords. This independence gave them unusual power. Their wealth, lands and armies let them rival monarchs, and their loyalty to Rome kept papal influence in distant regions. Despite ideals of poverty and chastity, they got caught in politics, property, disputes and fights for influence. The secrecy of the Templars, complete with their own codes and rites, later fed centuries of rumour and myth. Meanwhile, the hospitals stayed known as both warriors and caretakers, healing Christians, Jews and Muslims alike. The shock that started the Second Crusade came in 1140, for when the county of Edessa, one of the first Crusader states, fell to the forces of Zeng, the powerful at Aybeg of Mosul and Aleppo. This loss sent a wave of fear through Christendom, because Edessa had been seen as a key buffer protecting the safer lands of Antioch and Jerusalem. The fall was not a distant matter for European rulers. They threatened to undo the fragile foothold set in the east after the First Crusade, and showed the Crusader states were far from permanent. For many, the disaster at Edessa made it clear Christian hold on the Holy Land would not last without fresh military help from Europe. Pope Eugenius III acted fast, issuing a formal call for a new crusade. His appeal might not have stirred the needed zeal without the work of Bernard the Clever, one as the most celebrated churchman of the age. Bernard's fame as a Cistercian abbot and spiritual leader gave the crusade legitimacy, and his passionate sermons carried great weight across Europe. He promised spiritual rewards greater than those of the First Crusade, urging nobles, knights and commoners alike that God demanded new effort. Under his persuasion, the idea of crusading spread like fire once more, and this time the campaign drew the eyes of kings themselves. Unlike the armies that had marched before, led by nobles with limited means, the Second Crusade featured two crowned rulers at its head, Louis VII of France and Conrad III of Germany. Their involvement raised hopes to a new level. It was thought that with real monarchs leading the way, logistics, manpower and commitment would far outdo the earlier crusade. The hope in the West was that the showed strength would not only retake Edessa, but also spread Christian power more securely across the Levant. What followed, though, was far from the grand vision seen at its start. The armies of both kings took heavy losses even before reaching the Holy Land. Marching across Anatolia, they faced pre-planning shortages of supplies and constant attacks by Turkish forces. Bad communication between groups only made things worse. By the time the Crusaders finally united in Jerusalem, their forces were worn out and their numbers low. In 1148, the leaders made a controversial choice to strike Damascus. The city had not been hostile. In fact, it had often worked with the Crusader states against shared rivals. Yet political ambition led them to target it anyway. The siege lasted only for days before being left in chaos. The defeat marked a shameful end, with no win gained and little glory won. Though the Levant campaign fell apart, crusading did not stop. In the same era, Northern Europeans waged war against pagan groups in the Baltic, and forces in Portugal won a rare victory by taking Lisbon from Muslim rule. Meanwhile, the disaster at Damascus convinced Muslim leaders that dealing with the Crusader states was foolish. A shift in view that later opened the way for figures like Saladin to unite resistance. Amid all this, the Crusade made another lasting story back in Europe. The part played by Queen Eleanor of Aquitaine, whose presence and troubles on campaign played a role in the eventual end of her marriage to Louis VII. The fall of Edessa in 1140 was a turning point for the Crusaders. It came as a crushing loss, but in the Islamic world, it signaled a new chance. Before Zeng, Muslim responses to the Crusaders were often divided. Political splits, already told in earlier chapters, had left the region open to outside move. What changed was the rise of Zeng, a powerful at Aybeg, who ruled both Mosul and Aleppo. He knew war well, but unlike many of his time, he began to fight the Crusaders as more than just political rivalry or defense of land. By showing it was Jade Zeng, I cast it as religious duty, able to unite different groups under one banner. His will to Edessa made him widely praised, not simply as a conqueror, but as a defender of Islam itself. Still then, his leadership had limits. He used fear and harsh shows of power to keep loyalty among his people and allies. Support for him often came from dread of his revenge, not deep personal faith. This way stopped him from building wider coalitions, and his sudden killing in 1146 with no clear plan to keep what he had gained. His death might have undone his work, but events soon put his son Nur-ad-Din in place to take his authority and change it into something far more lasting. Nur-ad-Din proved different from his father in both style and sight. Taking Aleppo, he carefully spread his reach, slowly bringing Damascus under his control and uniting much of Syria under a single steadier rule. He joined political and military skill with a name for personal piety, which set him apart from the fear tied to Zenite. His rule backed religious and learning places, including the start of madrasas that strengthened Sunni orthodoxy. He built hospitals and stressed welfare work that won him love and helped cement loyalty among religious scholars and common folk alike. Militarily, he worked step by step to weaken the Crusader presence. He avoided rash campaigns, choosing to pressure the lands with raids, fortress building, unwind games that constantly reminded the Franks of their weakness. By showing himself as the true champion of Islam, he undercut the authority and right of the Crusaders, leaving them more alone and defensive. At the same time, his court became a training ground for leaders who would later change the struggle further. Among them was Saladin, in whom Nur-ad-Din backed during his early command in Egypt. The legacy of Nur-ad-Din went beyond military moves. He set Damascus as a center of learning and health care, and one of his most striking acts was the founding of a public hospital that included special care for mental health, an idea far ahead of its time compared to Europe then. As a sign of his wider mission, he even ordered a wooden pulpit meant for the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem, a place he never lived to see taken back. Decades after his death, Saladin honored that vision by putting the pulpit in its intended home. Saladin used a fibon I remembered in European tales as Saladin began his path, not as a ruler, but as a soldier in the service of Nur-ad-Din. His rise was tied close to the politics of Egypt in the mid-12th century, at a time when the Fatimid Caliphate still held power there. The Fatimids stood for a Shia rule that often opposed Sunni powers like Nur-ad-Din, which made Egypt a tempting target for both Crusaders and their Muslim rivals. In 1160, for Saladin reached Egypt as part of Nur-ad-Din's movement to counter both internal fights in Cairo and the growing influence of Latin forces. Though first overshadowed by his uncle Shirkuh, Aladdin soon stood out as a skilled commander, handling both military moves and political talk. When Shirkuh died suddenly in 1116, the young leader found himself placed to take over. With Nur-ad-Din's approval, he was made vizier of Egypt, serving briefly under the Fatimid frame. Far from a passive manager, Saladin at once began building his authority. In 1170, only 2 years later, he formally ended the Fatimid Caliphate. By swapping Shia leadership for Sunni ways, he not only tied Egypt and fought to Nur-ad-Din's side, but also secured independent control for himself and his family. With Cairo as his base, Saladin now held access to Egypt's farm wealth, which gave him a steady resource stream for later campaigns. After Nur-ad-Din's sudden death in 1170, for Saladin seized the chance to grow. Moving from Egypt to Syria, he used a careful mix of diplomacy and war. In some cities, he won loyalty through talk. In others, he turned to siege and pressure. By showing his act as part of a wider religious mission, he strengthened his claim to rightful leadership in the eyes of the Muslim people. Over the next decade, he slowly united Egypt and Syria into one political sphere, a feat not done since before the Crusades upset the region's balance. What sets Aladdin's rule apart was how he paired political skill with deeply made religious messaging. He backed Friday sermons or put the S in his own name to state his pledge to jihad. This was not just military talk. It became a way to bind different parts of his realm under one shared cause. The plan also helped him weakened both rivals and Crusader rulers, framing himself as the chief defender of Islam's sacred spaces. At the same time, he did not hesitate to remove possible threats in his circle, using killings or exile when needed to secure his place. Though later praised in the West as a model of chivalry, Saladin's path to power was hard-edged and carefully counted. His joining of Egypt and Syria gave him unmatched economic resources, manpower and religious authority. On that base, he placed himself to start campaigns that would change the balance of power in the eastern Mediterranean. On July 4, 1187, the Crusader Tryon, the Holy Land, met its worst disaster at the Battle of Hattin. The fight happened near the Sea of Galilee, where Saladin's forces wrecked the main Frankish army in one decisive meet. Events unfolded after King Guy of Lusignan led his men from a safe spot in a try to save the fortress city of Tiberias under siege. The move was poorly timed. The countryside had been burnt by Saladin's forces, leaving little water or cover. Under the blazing summer sun, the Crusader host marched across bare ground, and tiredness set in before they reached their goal. Saladin used patient tactics to make the march even harder. His troops lit brush fires to smoke and choke the coming enemy, while horse archers struck fast and pulled back. By the time the Crusader army neared the volcanic hills called the Horns of Hattin, thirst and weariness had worn down their order. Here Muslim forces closed in on every side. Surrounded and unable to reach the waters of Lake Tiberias, the army fell under waves of attacks. The true cross or relic carried into battle as a strong sign of God's favour was taken. This loss held both practical and mental weight as soldiers had marched believing divine protection went with them. The defeat left most of the Crusader nobility in Saladin's hands. King Guy himself was taken prisoner, along with many lords who had ruled the Latin states. While ransom talks freed several of them, Saladin picked out the Knights Templar and Knight Hospitaller among the captives. These military orders had long been seen as fierce foes bound by religious vows to fight to the death. Saladin judged them too dangerous to free or swap, and he personally ordered their killing. In the aftermath, resistance across the Latin states crumbled. With the Crusader field armies gone, forts and towns fell in quick order. Within months, Saladin moved against the final prize, Jerusalem itself. In October of 1187, the city gave up after a short siege. Instead of repeating the slaughter seen almost a century earlier when Crusaders had first seized Jerusalem, Saladin offered more measured terms. Civilians could buy their freedom while clergy stayed to care for sacred sites. Greek Orthodox churches kept open, and though costly, the deal stopped large-scale massacre. Saladin knew the propaganda or worth of acting different from the conquerors of 1099. The fall of Jerusalem echoed through Europe. Writers told of public grief, with church bells quiet and processions held to mourn the loss of the holy city. The failure sparked fresh calls for action, laying the ground for the Third Crusade. What lasted most strongly was the symbolic loss of the true cross, never found again and left to fade from history, marking one of the greatest emblematic defeats of medieval Christendom. The fall of Jerusalem in 1187 made an uproar across Europe that fast turned into one of the largest military answers the Latin West had yet tried. The Third Crusade gathered not only knights and minor lords, but was led by the strongest monarchs of the time: Richard I of England, Philip II of France, and Frederick I Barbarossa of the Holy Roman Empire. The hope was that their combined strength would restore Christian control of Jerusalem and undo Saladin's stunning wins. Each leader raised impressive forces, with Barbarossa's German army by far the biggest. Their scale made many think success was sure. Yet the campaign soon met setbacks no amount of men could stop. Barbarossa left first, leading tens of thousands overland across Anatolia. His march showed the logistical trials of keeping such a huge force far from home. In 1190, before he even reached the Holy Land, Barbarossa drowned crossing a river in Cilicia. Word of his death spread fear through the ranks, and much of the army fell apart. Only a small remnant fought on to join the French and English kings by sea. This sudden collapse shifted the weight of the crusade onto Richard and Philip, whose uneasy partnership shaped the rest of the campaign. When they arrived at their first major goal, was the port city of Acre, already under siege by strained Crusader forces. The effort dragged on for months, with grim fighting and sickness eating away at both sides. By the summer of 1191, Acre finally gave up. Though a big victory, the siege widened distrust between Philip and Richard. Fights over spoils and influence soon convinced Philip to go back to France, leaving Richard to command almost alone. His leadership, though debated, was marked by clear military talent. Richard's fame was secured at the Battle of Suf later that year. Facing Saladin's mobile forces, he used strict discipline to control his knights, holding them from breaking ranks despite constant harassment. At the key moment, he unleashed a charge that broke enemy lines and forced retreat. This win lifted Crusader spirits, but did not bring them any nearer to the walls of Jerusalem. Time after time, Richard moved within sight of the city, only to stop. Worries overstretched supply lines, the risk of being surrounded, and the lack of strong reinforcements led him to put coastal stronghold first. Jaffa and other ports were secured, making sure Crusader survival, but Jerusalem stayed out of reach. By 1190, both sides faced exhaustion. Long war hurt resources and morale, and neither could achieve a final win. This led to the Treaty of Jaffa. Its terms gave the Franks the thin coastal strip, while Christian pilgrims could safely reach Jerusalem under Muslim control. The outcome pleased few and left the central issue unsolved. Richard never reached the city he had set out to take back. On his trip home, he was captured in Europe and ransomed at a staggering cost. Saladin, meanwhile, died in 1193, said to have given most of his wealth away, leaving little at his death, despite ruling one of the largest realms of the Muslim world. Women seldom appear in medieval battle tales, but within the story of the Crusades their presence is clear. They came in different ranks and held different duties, where most were not seen in frontline military roles. Nobles, queens and regents often shaped policy and power fights, while ordinary women backed the day-to-day work of armies in the field. Their contributions show the crusading experience was not limited to men-at-arms, but stretched across households, families, and communities that travelled east together. Among the most famous was Eleanor of Aquitaine, who joined her husband Louis VII during the Second Crusade. Though sometimes recalled more for the disputes around her than her practical part, her involvement showed how noble women could command attention and sway choices. Another figure of note was Melisende of Jerusalem. She ruled as regent for her young son Baldwin III and used her authority with confidence, a rarity for women in medieval Europe. She directed funds to religious groups, oversaw court matters, and effectively governed the kingdom during a time of internal strain. Her rule highlighted that leadership in the Crusader states was not always tied to male authority. Women also left marks in chronicles for their presence in combat. Accounts tell of women using weapons from walls, shooting arrows, or riding into danger beside men. These cases were not common, but the fact they were written down at all shows how desperate some sieges grew and how blurred the lines between civilian and soldier could be. Even so, most women tied to crusading forces were not fighters, but gave labor armies heavily relied on. Wives followed their husbands, caring for children and goods while on campaign. Servants, cooks and laundresses kept the practical life of camps. Midwives were there too, since crusading lasted years and families often lived within the mobile communities of an army. Diplomacy was another field where women left their mark, though less seen. Marriages set between noble families of different regions, or even across faiths, made networks that could ease talks or secure truces. In port cities like Tyre or Acre, where cultural lines were crossed, daily women's ties gave them sway that reached past formal politics. Religious women added another layer. Nuns, mystics and pilgrims gave spiritual push, sometimes through visions or prophecies that shaped fighter morale. Their writings and names remind us the emotional, undevotional life of the Crusades was not controlled by male clerics alone. At the siege of Lisbon in 1147 during the Second Crusade, local women on both sides took an active part in the fighting. From roofs and walls they threw stones, fire and boiling water into enemy ranks, turning homes into small forts. Centuries later, chroniclers still recall their acts. and Eleanor of Aquitaine, with her group of finely dressed noblewomen, was accused of turning the campaign into a court on the move, where the fair, or not least tales, show how visible women could become in a theatre thought to be ruled by men. The Fourth Crusade began in 1198 with a very different plan from how it ended. Pope Innocent III wanted the Crusaders to retake Jerusalem by hitting first of Egypt, a rich and strategic centre of Muslim power. The idea was that by taking Egypt, the Crusaders would gain a base from which they could more easily project for sin to the Levant. But bringing such a strategy to life needed transport across the Mediterranean. To meet that need, deals were made with Venice, whose strong navy would carry a huge army east. What happened? They shifted the whole direction of the crusade away from its first purpose. The Crusaders promised payment to Venice for the fleet, but when the time came they could not raise the agreed sum. Venice, under the lead of the old but sharp Doge Enrico and Lode, did not just drop the cause. Instead, he offered the upset Crusaders a deal. They could pay a large part of their debt if they helped Venice take the Adriatic port city of Zora. The trouble was Zara was itself a Christian city and a papal vassal. Innocent III had forbidden such an act, insisting holy war must not turn against fellow Christians. But the armies, desperate to go on, followed Angelo's plan. Zara fell after a siege in 1202, marking the first big turn from the Crusades' stated goal. While they stayed there, events took another unexpected turn. Messengers sent by Alexios IV, the exiled son of a removed Byzantine emperor, came to ask help in putting him back in power in Constantinople. In swap for military support, Alexios promised huge sums of money, supplies, and even the church's reunion under papal authority. For leaders short on funds, the deal seemed too good to refuse. The momentum of the campaign shifted once more away from taking back Jerusalem to fixing dynastic fight inside the Byzantine Empire. In 1203, the Crusaders entered Constantinople, putting Alexios IV in as co-emperor. Yet promises of payment could not be fully kept, and soon anger grew among the city's people. Alexios was overthrown and killed with no money, few supplies, and rising hate from Constantinople's citizens. The Crusaders found themselves stuck. In April 1204, they turned to force. Over 3 days, the city was stormed and hit with wide looting and ruin. Reports tell of churches stripped of relics, icons smashed or taken, and even attacks some monastic groups. On the ruins of Byzantine power, the Latin Empire of Constantinople was declared. Crusader and Venetian nobles split former Byzantine lands to suit their own dreams. The sack left deep wounds that would never truly heal. The split between Catholic and Orthodox churches, already bad, became permanent after 1204. Byzantium itself, weakened and broken, never regained its earlier strength. Relics taken east still stand in western cities, like Venice, where the bronze horses of the Hippodrome were laced on street-marked basilica. Even Innocent III, first angry, later accepted the outcome, seeing some gain in a papal foothold over Constantinople. The year 1212 made one of the oddest episodes in the long history of crusading. Later chronicles tell what came to be called the Children's Crusade, an event that gripped writers for centuries, though its details stay unsure. The story is often told as if thousands of Christian children marched with the belief their innocence would succeed where armies had failed. In truth, what happened was far less clear, involving a mix of youth, peasants, and poor adults caught up in religious zeal. Two figures appear in the accounts. In France, a shepherd boy named Stephen of Cloyes is said to have preached a message that God had picked him to lead followers to take back Jerusalem. To the east, in Germany, Nicholas of Cologne played a like part, gathering large groups of young people fired by his vision. These leaders inspired processions that stretched for miles, gaining notice as people marched across the countryside. The gatherings were not planned in secret. Rather, they were public movements, showing a level of piety that drew support from parents, clergy, and onlookers. Unlike earlier crusades, these were not blessed by the church. No papal bull allowed them. They grew on their own, reflecting the intense religious air of the early 13th century. Prophecy, visions, and the idea that the sins of knights had doomed military crusades fed the belief that only the purity of children could renew divine favor. The movements leaned on strong symbols, not weapons. Those taking part hoped for miracles like seas parting to let them pass, echoing biblical tales of salvation. The French group reportedly made its way south to Marseilles. Chroniclers claimed that once there many expected the Mediterranean itself to open before them, giving a straight path to the Holy Land. No miracle came. Instead they faced hard choices. Some went back to their homes while others boarded ships offered by merchants who promised safe passage. According to later tales of 7 ships that carried them to sank in storms, drowning all on board, while the rest reached North Africa. Their many were said to be sold into slavery, a betrayal that stood in sharp contrast to the hopeful start of their pilgrimage. Nicholas's German following crossed the Alps into Italy, enduring hunger and tiredness along the way. Their hardships soon scattered them, and while Nicholas himself vanishes from the records and stories, so he tried another journey and was later killed for his failed promises. For most taking part, the end is a letdown. They simply drifted back to their villages, their visions unmet. This movement shows a wider tradition of unofficial crusades. It reflected bold wants for lay part in religious fight going past traditional authorities. The Children's Crusade showed both the power and danger of mass religious zeal when cut off from practical leadership and planning. Though often romanticized in later centuries as an innocent tragedy of literal children, the truth points more to teens and POO groups who stand for the depths of popular belief in an age defined by spiritual fire and hope for divine help. The Fifth Crusade was launched with a focus on Egypt, not straight on Jerusalem, because many leaders in Europe thought the Nile Delta was the true key to controlling the eastern Mediterranean. Egypt held huge farm wealth and its rulers commanded the resources that backed resistance to the Crusader states. In 1217 armies gathered under figures like King Andrew II of Hungary and Leopold VI of Austria, with the papal legate Pelagius taking a central part in directing policy. Their target became Emiata, a city on the Nile, but controlled access into Egypt's interior. Taking it needed a long siege stretching through hardship and sickness. But by 1219 the city fell. It seemed for a moment this campaign might succeed where past tries had failed. The victory soon turned empty. Al-Minas Kamel, the Ayyubid Sultan of Egypt, offered the Crusaders a diplomatic answer. He proposed trading Jerusalem and other holy places in swap for their pullout from Egypt. Yet the leadership in the Crusader camp did not take the plan. Instead, fired by their recent win, the army pushed deeper into Egyptian land in search of a final triumph. The choice proved disastrous when floods on the Nile rose in 1221. The advancing Crusaders found themselves trapped on flooded ground. The river cut their supply lines. Sickness spread through the ranks and morale fell apart. The army had little choice but to give up. Damietta, the hard-won gain of the campaign, was handed back. The whole effort ended in shame, and many saw it as proof reckless dream had outweighed practical sense. Several years later another try emerged, this time under the direction of Frederick II, the Holy Roman Emperor. The Sixth Crusade looked very different from the military campaigns before it. Frederick had already angered Pope Gregory IX by delaying his leave for the Holy Land, leading to his excommunication. When he finally sailed in 1228, his standing with the Church was strained. But he made up for it with strategy of another kind. He relied not on battles but on talk. Meeting with Al-Minas Kamel, the same Egyptian sultan who had faced the Fifth Crusade, Frederick struck a deal. Al-Minas Kamel faced rival claims within the Muslim world and a treaty offered him space. The two leaders signed the Treaty of Jaffa in 1229, giving back Jerusalem, Bethlehem and Nazareth to Christian control without one major clash of arms. Muslims kept access to Jerusalem and Islamic authorities went on running the Temple Mount. This setup was almost unique in crusading history, a peaceful handover of the Holy City. Despite its success, Frederick's diplomacy stirred anger. Many crusaders and church officials saw his ways as raw, especially since he had been excommunicated when he claimed the crown of Jerusalem for himself. This settlement lasted less than 10 years before Muslim forces restored rule. Yet the event showed a new pattern. Diplomacy, not just war, could shift control in the crusading world. Life on a crusade was not defined only by the clash of swords. For most taking part, it meant endless marches under the sun, nights on rough ground, and weeks of hunger and thirst. The journey across Anatolia or the deserts of the Levant was not just tiring but deadly. Men carried their lives on their backs, often walking barefoot or with worn shoes that gave little protection. Long campaigns meant soldiers grew weaker before they even met a foe, and the strain of travel itself could be as dangerous as battle. Food was always unsure. Troops tried to live on whatever supplies they managed to carry. Grain boiled into porridge, dried beans, bits of salted meat, or the ship's hard bread known as biscuit, which often had to be soaked before it could be chewed. Once supplies thinned, desperation took over. In some campaigns, desperation drove soldiers to extremes, leaving whole units as foragers scoured the wild or fighting over script. In the worst moments, hunger led some to search for weeds or chew on grass, while starvation slowly ate away at morale. Even when the soldiers found food, clean water presented another crisis. Mediterranean summers left wells dry, and in dry regions where water did exist was sometimes fouled by defenders hoping to weaken besieging armies. Men drank from stale pools or mixed wine with bad water to hide the taste, leading to outbreaks of dysentery. Beer and wine were safer, but limited, rarely enough for the numbers marching east. Lack of water alone killed thousands during summer marches and first shaped the very beat of crusading warfare. Conditions in camp made things worse. Armies settled outside a walled town for weeks during sieges, but latrines were often shallow pits, easily fouled and placed near water supplies. Soldiers and animals crowded onto the same ground, spreading vermin in fast. Lice and fleas were nearly everywhere, and with rot from unbured bodies, nearby sickness raced through the rows of tents. Epidemics sometimes wiped out more crusaders in a month than years of fighting could. Gear added to the hardship. Knights with proper mail coats suffered under heavy layers of iron in the Levantine suns, sometimes overheating before battle began. Foot soldiers lacked protective armor altogether, relying on padded gambesons, spears, or reused farm tools. Weapon qualities varied widely, with many ill-armed men thrown into the same battles as the rich elite. This imbalance often decided who lived long enough to fight another day. Army order was uneven. Some leaders kept codes of discipline and rationing, while others ignored control. Soldiers at times turned on villagers meant to supply them, looted churches, or fought within their own ranks. Alcohol fed brawls, yet religion structured the same communities. Daily prayers, processions, and visits to relics reminded fighters death would come fast. Priests heard confession before attacks, so men believed they entered battle ready for salvation. Armies rarely moved alone. Families, merchants, artisans, and prostitutes marched beside them. These groups gave critical support, fixing weapons, cooking, and caring for the hurt. Though their presence slowed movement and complicated logistics, the staggering toll was clear. During the First Crusade's passage through Anatolia, nearly half of those taking part never lived to see Jerusalem. Some grew so desperate for water that they split open dead horses to drink whatever liquid stayed inside. While battles in the eastern Mediterranean often rule our review of crusading, the idea of holy war also shaped conflicts within Europe itself. The papacy pushed campaigns not only against distant Muslim powers, but also against nearby groups, its oars blocked Christian growth or threats to religious unity. By redefining local wars as crusades, church leaders stretched the spiritual promises once saved for Jerusalem to campaigns much closer to home. This shift let rulers claim they were defending Christendom, while also chasing land, power, and influence under papal blessing. The Iberian Peninsula became one of the most lasting fronts of crusading action. For centuries, Christian and Muslim kingdoms lived together, trade and fought across the region. By the late 11th century, renewed conflict in Spain was reframed as part of the wider crusading movement. Wins like the taking of Toledo in 1085 became key signs of Christian advance. When Lisbon was taken in 1147 with help from passing northern crusaders, its fall was celebrated as a holy triumph equal to events in the Levant. Monarchs of Castile, Aragon, and Portugal bet indulgences and papal approval, linking their wars of reconquest to the larger crusading cause. Past military reward joining knights gained privileges at home, including land and lower taxes, making the campaign in Spain both spiritually blessed and materially rewarding. Far to the north, another form of crusade unfolded along the shores of the Baltic. Here Catholic lords and religious orders aimed at pagan groups like the Prussians, Lithuanians and Livonians. The Northern Crusades were justified as a mission to spread Christianity, but they also became a tool for conquest and colonization. The Livonian Brothers of the Sword and later the Teutonic Knights founded fortified settlements, churches and administrative centers, tightening control over lands won through war. Resistance by the native tribes often ended with forced baptisms and mass removals, and in some regions whole cultures vanished. Unlike the Crusades to the Levant, which faded after the 13th century, these campaigns stretched well into the 15th century. In fact, Lithuania did not accept Christianity officially until late in that time, making it one of the last major European regions converted under pressure of crusading force. Crusading violence was not limited to non-Christians. In southern France, papal authorities backed the Albigensian Crusader war against Cathars between 1209 and 1229. The Cathars taught a dualist faith rejected by the Catholic Church as heresy. Northern French nobles were urged by the papacy to march south, and the campaign ended with wide killings, burnings and displacement of whole communities. The city of Béziers became infamous when armies slaughtered thousands of people without difference between Cathars and Catholics. In the long run, the crusade not only destroyed the Cathar movement, but also brought the rich region of Languedoc under royal French control, reshaping the political map of France. Through these campaigns, crusading became more and more flexible, adaptable to the dreams of kings, nobles and the papacy alike. An idea once died, taking back Jerusalem, now served as reason for wars of conquest, suppression and growth across Europe's edges. Far from a single event, crusading turned into a political and religious tool that lasted for centuries. King Louis IX of France stands out among crusading kings not only because he led their expeditions, but also because the church later made him a saint. His image as a pious ruler contrasts sharply with the hard realities of his military adventures. Both of his campaigns ended in disaster, yet they show how much weight the crusading ideal still held in the 13th century, even at a time when earlier setbacks might have discouraged others. The Seventh Crusade began in 1248, with Louis aiming his attention toward Egypt. Like earlier crusaders, he thought holding Egypt would allow a permanent foothold in the region and a clear path to Jerusalem. His army was large, carefully supplied and backed by the resources of the French crown. When Louis landed at Damietta in 1249, success seemed immediate. The port city fell fast to his forces, raising hopes the strategy might work. Yet that momentum did not last. From Damietta, Louis pushed toward Cairo, convinced that controlling the Egyptian capital would break Muslim power. The campaign faltered almost at once. Heavy floods from the Nile slowed the army's progress across marshy ground, while resistance from local forces grew stronger. At the town of Al-Mansur, the crusaders marched into a set track. Many nobles and knights fell in chaotic fighting through the streets, and large parts of the army were killed or trapped. Louis himself was taken prisoner in 1250 beside his brothers and key commanders. To secure release, he agreed to a costly ransom and the pullout from Damietta. Though his campaign had collapsed, Louis did not leave the region right away. He stayed in the Levant for several years, directing funds toward the repair and strengthening of coastal cities still under Christian control. His presence steadied these outposts and encouraged continued resistance, but he failed to gain new ground. By 1250, for he went back to France, where his rule went on with reputation whole as a devout and determined leader. 16 years later, Louis took the cross again. In 1270, he launched what became known as the Eighth Crusade. This time his target was Tunis, in North Africa. The plan was to build a base of operations near Egypt and persuade the local ruler either to convert or ally with him. Yet within weeks of landing, the army was hit by a sudden outbreak of sickness, like a dysentery or typhus. The epidemic tore through the camp and Louis himself grew ill. He died on August 25th, reportedly lying on ashes in a sign of penance, whispering the name of Jerusalem as his life ended. After his death, his remains were treated in a way common for kings who died far from home. His body was taken apart, boiled to separate flesh from bone and shared for burial. His death marked not only the failure of another expedition, but also the fading of crusading zeal at its height. By the mid-13th century, crusader power in the eastern Mediterranean had been cut to sketchy strongholds along the coast. At the same time, a new regime rose in Egypt that would soon define the final chapter of the Crusades. These were the Mamluks, a military elite first made up of enslaved soldiers, often of Turk or Circassian origin. Trained from youth and converted to Islam, they grew into one of the most disciplined fighting forces of the medieval world. In 1250, they seized power in Cairo and built a dynasty that lasted for centuries. Their rulers joined tight military control with religious authority, cheering themselves as defenders of Islam, while chasing a relentless plan to remove the remaining Latin states. One of the most famous Mamluk leaders was Sultan Aybars, who ruled from 1260 to 1277. He gained fame by defeating the Mongols at the Battle of Injalut in 1260, a win that ended the threat of Mongol expansion into Syria and marked a turning point in regional history. With his place secure, the Aybars aimed his armies at Crusader forts. He used siege engines able to throw huge stones under mined walls with mining, and used mind pressure to break resistance. His campaign steadily cut Crusader holdings, but he also used diplomacy where useful, making truces with some Latin leaders to isolate others. While feared as a commander, Aybars was equally known for his administrative reforms at home, including a postal relay system with signal towers and carrier pigeons that kept messages fast and reliable across his empire. By the late 13th century, the remaining Latin lands were in coastal strips, centered on Achatyre and Tripoli. They lacked fresh troops from Europe where zeal for crusades had faded. The papacy's calls fell on deaf ears. Kingdoms looked to their own conflicts, and the isolation of the Crusader states became ever more clear. When Aybars died, his successors carried on the same plan with will. Sultan Qalar untook Tripoli in 1289, wiping out one of the last major Crusader domains. 2 years later, his son Alminus Ashrid Khalil moved on Acre, the largest Crusader city, the symbolic heart of what stayed of Outrema. In 1291, after a fierce and bloody siege, Acre fell. Latin power in the Holy Land collapsed completely. The survivors retreated to Cyprus or returned to Europe, and with the loss of Acre, no serious try was ever made to rebuild the Crusader states. The Mamluks made sure these wins were permanent. They destroyed forts, killed garrisons, and stopped Latin settlers from retaking ground. With this, the era of Crusader Outrema came to an end. During the fall of Acre, many civilians crowded into Templar forts by the harbour, which held for days until its great tower suddenly fell, crushing both defenders and attackers. Despite such brutality, Aybars himself stayed admired for his rule, balancing his legacy as both wrecker of Crusader kingdoms and builder of a tightly ordered Islamic empire. And so this chapter of history slowly fades into the quiet flow of time. Some mysteries remain unanswered, some truths continue to shape our world. We have walked through the past together and learned what it can teach us. If you carry this knowledge forward with you through each day, then the echoes of history will never be lost. Thank you for listening, and until next time, let the past remain alive in your mind.